Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully everybody has had a great day and a great rest of your weekend. Happy Monday. We are back. And we have quite a few things that we do have to get through today in terms of news and whatnot. And I finally found the damn thing that I was looking for, which is really nice. So, yeah, that's what we're going to do. I had a kid in a smart car challenge me earlier. How did he challenge you? He wanted in my lane and he was going to move me out of the way if he needed to. Unfortunately for him, I had the truck. Just laughed at him. Little shit is a speed bump to me. How did he challenge you? Let me see. How do I adjust this while I'm waiting? Shit. Options? Yes. Okay. So, actually, you know what? 25 should be fine. Shouted out the window at you? What was he yelling? I mean, he's a smart car. He can literally go in between lanes. Get out of the way or he'd move. He's a fucking idiot. Oh, well. What an idiot. It is what it is. All right. We have stuff to go over. We got news. This actually just came in 10 hours ago. And I thought this was interesting because obviously it's Spook Month. Alien Isolation writer admits the Xenomorph got too smart for the devs, which is why the horror game runs longer than most. Alien Isolation's 20-hour runtime, that took me literally 3 times as long, grew that long by accident, according to a dev who says that the Xenomorph's increasing intelligence drove the horror game's playtime up. In an interview with Fervor podcast, I guess, I don't know, writer Dion Lay explained that in a perfect world, they'd shrink the Alien Isolation game down a bit and get down to its core. At an average playtime of 18 to 20 hours, the acclaimed horror title is notably longer than any of its genre brethren, but that wasn't the intention at the beginning of development. When development started, Lay explained that the Xenomorph was a much less intelligent threat, and by the end of the creation process, however, it had become far smarter, able to react to the player's preferred strategies. That made for a harder game, which took players longer to beat. The Alien really evolved as we were making it. By the time it was perfect, it was like, oh, wow, everything takes a lot longer. Lay claims that at the time, it didn't seem that long, and that it would have been hard to cut down the runtime during development. But there was some stuff where we were like, yeah, we can't take that out now. That would kind of upend everything. In spite of the fact that getting to the end of the journey takes a relatively long time, Lay says they really like the actual ending and its explosive set piece, but that any criticisms that stem from the amount of time it takes to get there remain fair. Whether the team behind the Alien Isolation sequel announced last year will be able to better adapt the Xenomorph's intelligence remains to be seen. But with the likes of Silent Hill F and Chronos The New Dawn coming in significantly shorter, it'll be interesting to see how long the follow-up ends up being. With its predecessor high on our list of the best horror games of all time, Alien Isolation sequel has some big shoes to fill, which is fair. But I would say that, and maybe this is just me, one of the reasons that Alien Isolation was as good as it was, in particular, was because they were trying to do a couple of things all at the same time. They were trying to make something that wasn't just, here's a pulse rifle, you're a colonial marine, shoot the ever-living fuck out of the alien. They were actually trying to make something that was more akin to the original Alien, which I think is really, really important. And the third thing is they just went with however long the story was going to go, and we're trying to make the best version of the xenomorph and everything else. So me in particular, I don't like the fact that they're possibly thinking of seeing how they might be able to make it shorter. I think the fact that you had to be stuck in there with that fucking thing for that long made it that much scarier. Maybe that's just me. That's what I thought. I thought Alien Isolation is by far the best Alien game we've ever had. And them trying to cut it down because of, you know, what Silent Hill F and Chronos the New Dawn come in at, or any other horror game for that matter, it to me, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, make it however long it needs to be made until you can sit there and go, okay, well, we're done with this. There's nothing else. If we add anything else, it's going to be too convoluted. Or, you know, if we get rid of something, everything's going to be upended or whatever. Like, that's okay. You can stop when it's time to stop. But when you feel it's time to stop, right? Don't sit there and be like, well, we have to stop to get that 8-hour mark. No, fuck that. They are right, though. That game did drag on a bit too long. Well, I can see what they were trying to do, and there are some things that I don't particularly care for, but I think that's also true of all of the best Alien movies, just in general. They wanted to make it feel like a movie, and that's all well and fine. Well, not necessarily make it feel like a movie, but make it feel like you were in the Alien movie, which, that's all well and fine, but when you look at Ridley Scott's Alien, it takes a while, right? It definitely takes a while to, like, really ramp up. A lot of it is, here's everybody on the ship and they're waking up, and that takes 10 fucking minutes for everybody to get up in slow motion, and then now you gotta go, and now everybody's sitting there and they're eating breakfast, and, you know, they're having their big pitcher of Cheerios, and now, you know, and now they got to sit there and shoot the shit, and you got to kind of get a feel for everybody. And then Dallas goes, okay, I got to go talk to Mother. And then, like, he walks down this long hallway and needlessly punches in the code and forgets it for a second, and then punches in the right one, and then puts his card in, and then walks down another hallway. And, like, and this is all shit that's happening in the first half hour, and we haven't done anything. So I get what they're trying to do, or what they were trying to do, and, like, that's all well and fine, and I get it. There is definitely something to be said for pacing, and do I think that Alien Isolation got it? I think they were mostly there. I think they were mostly there. But, There were a couple of parts, like you said, the backtracking. I don't like backtracking, really, at all. Unless there's, like, a legitimate reason to go and backtrack. And this is something that even the last two God of War games had that I didn't particularly care for. This is something that both Horizon games had that I didn't particularly care for at all. Even Ghost of Tsushima, much as I loved it, had some backtracking, and I really didn't care for it. I've never been a fan of backtracking. I hate doing the backtracking in the MGS stuff. In my opinion, the backtracking is always the worst part of any of those games, because we're not doing... Generally speaking, when you're backtracking in a video game, you're not actually doing anything other than just padding out the time. That's it. When is backtracking necessary? Backtracking is necessary if you have certain plot devices that are specifically set up ahead of time and not just because we need to pad out the time. So, for instance, I'll give you a for instance, okay? Let's say you have a horror movie, and in that horror movie you have, and I will use the most literal sense of this plot device, which is called Chekhov's gun. And Chekhov's gun is a plot device for an item that you see at the beginning of the movie, and you don't, they don't talk much about it. They may even, they may at worst throw in a line about the gun or whatever, right? But it's a gun hanging on a wall. Chekhov's gun states that if you see something like that in the movie, by the third act, they have to use the fucking thing. Otherwise, it is a useless prop, and it contributes nothing. So, let's say in our fictional horror movie, okay, and like I said, I will use the most literal example that I can. Everybody goes to a cabin. Bunch of teens. They all go to a cabin, right? And we've already established in this movie that there's a killer on the loose, and these teens are fucking stupid, and this, that, and the other thing, and yada, yada, yada. And they rent this cabin, and this cabin has a gun in it. And the gun is on the wall. It's a shotgun. We'll just say it. Yeah, I'll put it that way. It's a shotgun. Fuck it. Right? And everybody goes in, and they go, hey, wow, look. There's a gun on the wall. And somebody goes, oh man, I wonder if it still works. And then they just keep going about their thing. Throughout the entirety of the movie, they get chased out of the house, into the middle of the woods, maybe even into an abandoned building. Right? Now all of a sudden, come to find out, you need that gun. Why do you need that gun? It doesn't really matter. But there's a killer on the loose. The killer's fucking shit up. Everybody's dying one by one. Somebody finally goes, oh shit, the gun. They run from the abandoned building all the way back to the cabin, which, granted, only, I mean, you're probably maybe talking about 300-400 yards from, you know, point A to point C, so it's not a huge thing, but they have to run all the way back while everybody's trying to hide, and people are getting torn apart and everything like that, because there's a ticking time clock. Because by the time if whoever it is that has to backtrack to get the gun takes too long, by the time they get back with the gun, everybody's dead. Right? In that sense, backtracking is perfectly fine. Backtracking is absolutely perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Right? When you do backtracking for the sake of, and I'll use Metal Gear Solid, we all know I'm a big Metal Gear Solid fan, but this is something that always irked me with most Metal Gear Solid games, okay? Snake, you'll never be able to get her from that distance. You need yourself a PSG-1. Now, if you're playing for the first time, you just spent the better part of about 10 fucking hours getting to that point where Meryl gets shot. And now you gotta run while she's bleeding out. You gotta run all the way back to the first fucking building. Go in the elevator, down all the fucking way so that you can get to that, all those rooms that require the different key cards, so that you can find the one that you need. Go under the fucking lasers. Go back under the fucking lasers once you get the thing. Get out of that goddamn floor where that's now being patrolled by like 3 or 4 guys. Go up the elevator, through the tank hangar, through the laser field, through the fucking snow field where you fight Vulcan Raven for the first time, through the disposal facility that you can't use a gun in, up the stairs, into the elevator to go back down all the way so that you can run past the bathrooms, down the long-ass hallway where you fought Psycho Mantis, then out the back door so that you can crawl under the thing and go through all these crags and rocks and wherever with all the fucking wolves who are trying to attack you, then make your way to the fucking door that you went in the first time where Meryl said, I know how to get I know how to get around the mines. And then you have to remember how to get around the mines while you're being shot at, just so you can pull out the fucking gun to lay down and actually fire against her. That's needless backtracking. And the only reason that is there is to pad out time. That is literally the only reason. You see the difference? The difference is that if you're going to have a plot device, right? You better make sure that people are aware that that plot device exists first. So when somebody does have to backtrack, the reasoning for the backtracking makes sense. Totally makes sense. Hell, we could even take it a step further in our fake horror movie and go, oh, look, abandoned building, they found shotgun ammo. And then a light bulb goes off in someone's head. Oh, fuck. God damn it. If we get our hands on that fucking shotgun, and they send somebody to go get it. And that person knows that they're on a time clock, because if they don't get back with the shotgun, now that they have ammo for it, everybody's dead. That is a perfectly plausible reason to backtrack. 100% it is. But when out of nowhere, all of a sudden, Snake, you can't hit her from there. You're gonna need a sniper rifle. There should be a PSG-1 back in the first building. It's like, what the fuck, dude? It's shit like that is needless. So I agree. The backtracking itself in Alien Isolation, yeah, I kind of feel like that's needless. The Working Joes, I actually didn't mind. And the reason I didn't mind the Working Joes is because where I think where the Working Joes work the best is later on in the game, when you understand why they are the way they are, right? If you are somebody who hasn't watched Alien or Aliens or Alien 3 in the longest time, or you're somebody who has to or is just coming into the Alien franchise for the first time when it comes to Alien video games, and you meet these Working Joes, it works on the level where it's also showing that, unfortunately, AI is not as reliable as everybody thought it might be. Because they can still do what they need to do, but they're also taking orders from a higher authority, which just also happens to be really fucking evil for one reason or another. Whether it's the company, like Weyland-Yutani giving orders to Mother, and Mother has to make sure that everything works out as well as it can under the parameters that it can, and so on, or whether it's because the fucking AI that runs Sevastopol Station is breaking down, and there's a cult of people and like all this other shit, and because the AI is breaking down and the people are fucking everything up, the Working Joes just went mad. I can completely understand that, and I think that that's where they work the best. Because, again, it shows AI isn't as reliable as most people are going to try and rely on it. And that's kind of one of the big problems, right? If Working Joes weren't a problem, then we probably would have cut the runtime down by about 2/3. So for something that's going to be 20 hours, you're probably looking at maybe 5. If you took all the Working Joe stuff out. I actually like the Working Joe stuff. I understand why a lot of people don't, because it does absolutely get a little frustrating. But I really liked the Working Joe stuff. The stuff that bothered me, and the stuff that never made any sense to me, is why are there still people that were stupid enough to try and live on something that they know is falling apart in the middle of nowhere? You know what I mean? That's what bothered me about Alien Isolation. I can understand if there are a couple of people, like if there's like one big group of, say, scavengers that are in there to try and steal whatever technology they can from Sevastopol because it's falling apart, it's going to fall out of orbit, everybody knows it, and so on, and they're on a time crunch too, but because they don't want anybody to know that they're there, anybody that they see there that's human is they're just going to kill. That I could totally understand as like a kind of like a, call it a C plot, right? The thing that I didn't understand is why there were people there in the first place. It's all well and good. However, the 47th time you hear, why don't you ask me about safety protocol? No, I understand that, and I see what you're saying. My biggest issue, though, the thing that was more annoying than that was why the fuck are there people still here? The place has been closed for over a year now. It should be literally just a dead Hulk in space. That's also why they're shutting it down, because it's just a navigational hazard at this point. If nobody's there to run the fucking thing, why are people still there? And it's not like, oh, well, these guys are scavengers. They didn't care. That was the whole point. They didn't care. They didn't have any ship. So they're just squatting. And that's it. They're doing it just to do it, whether it's because they went mad, whether it's because they hid when everybody else left, or whatever. You have way too many fucking people who are way too comfortable with their situation. For the love of the game. No, you can't even as a joke, you can't even tack it up to that. That's the whole thing, right? If I put you on a boat in the middle of a hurricane, not a big boat, not a ship, not a battleship, not an aircraft carrier, not a cruise liner, a rowboat in the middle of a hurricane, and that hurricane is going to be sitting over your fucking head for the next 4 days, and you realize that there's a hole in your boat and it is getting bigger every single hour, and you know there's only going to be so much boat that has to give way before the fucking thing just sinks, you're probably going to sit there and go, man, I should really figure out what the fuck I'm going to do. None of the people in Alien Isolation do that. None. They're just going about their business. That's all they're doing. Oh, well, we just got to look for supplies. That's it. Hey, did Gary come up with anything? Nah, he didn't come up with shit. Well, fuck him then. He should look harder. And they're just, it's like, okay, so we know that the station is falling out of orbit. We know that everything's going to shit. We know that they don't have a ship. We know that they don't care. And they're doing it all anyway. And what's the end goal? How are they going to get rich? Most of them don't even know that there's a ship that's sitting outside that we came in on. So what is the end goal? It's like the joke from fucking South Park where you had the underpants gnomes, right? Step 1, steal underpants. Step 2, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Step 3, profit. It's like they missed like this entire point. And you're just sitting there going, so what's the end game for these idiots? What, they get all the valuable shit and then just sit there and wait for the thing to burn up around them? That's what drove me nuts. That's the thing that really drove me nuts. At least it can be explained when it comes to the working Joes with, why don't you let me tell you about safety protocols? Specifically because they've gone mad. Right? So they're constantly fighting what their programming is telling them, and they're trying to revert back, and it's not working because the AI itself has gone insanely mad, and unfortunately so have the working Joes. So they're constantly fighting with themselves and trying to revert back to what they were originally designed to do, but they can't. At least that can be explained. Is it annoying? Yeah. When you hear it like for 80 fucking times. I understand. I'm more concerned with the fact that why there were so many people on a space station that's going down that had no business being there and had no way to get the fuck off. So they were just like, yeah, fuck it, no, let's, yeah. You know what, like, that's the only thing that really threw me. That, and when the fucking, when the xenomorph loses its goddamn mind, and the AI goes from, like, maybe a 6 or 7 to 30 in 2 spots in the game for zero reason. That's really the only other thing that bothered me about Alien Isolation. Those are the 2 really, really, really big ones for me. So next, but again, they're saying, hey, the alien got too smart. I can totally see that. Can totally see the alien got too smart. I just really, really hope that they're not sitting there going, okay, how can we make the next one shorter? If there's a purpose and there's a reason to have things, keep it. If there is no purpose and there is no reason, don't keep it, but don't sacrifice anything just for the sake of time. That's, for me anyway, that's kind of the most important thing. Next up, this is almost impossible sometimes. Ghost of Yotei creative director says Sucker Punch had to find where to take open world games and how to balance the main experience with more freedom than any game we've ever had. Oh boy. There's a lot of game in Ghost of Yotei, the new PS5 title from Sucker Punch, and the follow-up to 2020's Ghost of Tsushima. I've spent nearly 80 hours at this point wandering around Etzo and Atsu's quest for revenge, and there's been so much to do that entire time. Speaking with Ghost of Yotei creative director Jason Connell, immediately prior to the game's release, I just had to know how the developers actually balance such a huge open world game filled with collectibles and events with, well, everything else. Yeah, if you haven't played South Park and the Stick of Truth, you should, and you'll know what he means. According to Connell, one of the top goals Sucker Punch had going into Ghost of Yotei was to really challenge ourselves as a studio that's been making open world games for a while at this point. Ghost of Tsushima had elevated that experience quite significantly, and so it became a question of what next? Where do you go from here? Okay. Even more freedom was apparently the answer, and that became a defining goal for Ghost of Yotei. Can we give you more sort of ownership over the experience and not be too bogged down in worrying about things like question marks on the map or reading a pretty extensive journal of everything you've done and could do and might be able to do, explains Connell. Try to bring it in a more forward experiential way. And I do think I'm very proud of what we were able to accomplish there. It's really hard to take standards of either the industry or standards that you put in your last game and sort of shake that up, right? And we have a number of ways that we've shaken it up, and I'm proud of the team for trying these new ways to connect to people. Canal specifically points to Ghost of Yotei's clue system and camping, the latter being totally new to us. In addition to the Wolfpack menu, which functionally gathers all the important NPCs into a single screen for ease of access, with everyone from Atsu herself to Taro the Scavenger and even the Golden Bird. Quote, you get to see her go from being alone to having more people in her life, but it's also just a way to catalog all the stuff that you've done in a very visual way. That's on top of the standard, see something interesting on the horizon, ride to it in an interesting way, continues Connell. Whether you're riding through the flowers or streams or whatever you have and just enjoying the moment. All of this together works in tandem to create what's easily one of my favorite open worlds, but that discovery and exploration aspect is also mechanically at war with narrative pacing. It's a constant push and pull, and Connell admits it isn't an easy one to balance. Quote, this is almost impossible sometimes, he says, like it's so complex to get this right, and we actually spent a ton of time trying to address this in all kinds of ways. I think it really talks to game design philosophical challenge that exists when you try to make this kind of game where you are both trying to create a narratively led, strong character-focused experience and provide agency in how they approach the game and do what they want to do, says Connell. So while trying to make the main experience, if you just like to go out into the open world and enjoy the world, it's hard to control that person's pacing at a sort of structural, fundamental level as it pertains to the narrative. I can see that. And here's another thing that I can see. I generally, especially now, don't like open world games. I don't. I think open world games, most of the time, unless you have a really, really, really strong narrative, I think most of the time, open world games are completely unnecessary. I think they are. And the reason why I think they're completely unnecessary, excuse me, is because they either give you way too much or way too little in an insanely vast open area. I think that's the problem, right? I feel like even Ghost of Tsushima, much as I love Ghost of Tsushima, I think it had way too much going on that wasn't part of any sort of narrative. I don't mind the fox dens being here and there. That one doesn't bother me, only because there is minimal effort other than just following the fox that you really have to do. Sometimes you have to do a little bit of parkour, but generally speaking, it's not terrible. But there are other things in Ghost of Tsushima where it starts to deviate so far, and you're sitting there and you're going, okay, but why do I have to do like all of these 80 fucking things just to get the guy who sells booze and supplies on my side? If the motherfucker was there and he hates them as much as he says he does, then it shouldn't matter what I do or don't do for him, because I'm literally the only fucking hope he has anyway. And then they have to justify it by basically going, well, I mean, if you don't do enough for him, then he won't show up at all because he'll chicken out. Or if, you're just barely under, there may be like a 50-50 chance that he doesn't show up. So you have to get over this certain threshold. And it's like, okay, but you're the ones who are designing these systems, right? Narratively speaking, in any movie or video game or any of that, if you have somebody who was there when the Mongols attacked, and you see somebody who, for all intents and purposes, should be considered a ghost because everybody thought he was dead anyway, and you're looking at this person as basically the last hope of this area, especially considering like all the shit that it's possible he heard, because he travels from one place to another because he doesn't have any choice but to work for the Mongols, who kick the shit out of him as often as they possibly can, even though they know he's working for him begrudgingly, right? And if that person sees the ghost as literally the last hope of this land, why wouldn't he be on his team? I can understand doing 1 or 2 missions and that's all well and fine, but it turns into way more than that, and it's just like everything just gets so fucking bogged down. It just gets, it's so bogged down and everything else. And it's like, hey, you want to put like random shit in there when it comes to, just to kind of break up the monotony sometimes. Because let's face it, in Ghost of Tsushima, you don't want to go from the very southern tip of Tsushima to the very northern tip in one go, because you're going to be looking at probably the better part of about 45 minutes just traveling, even on the horse, if you don't do fast travel, right? So if you put random things in there, like, I can't remember where it is, I think it's over by Grandma's place, where there's that bridge and you have the people on the rocks on either side of the ravine for that the bridge is going across that are literally just shooting at the guy, right? That doesn't drive me nuts. That's something that you just come across, right? I don't mind that. That I don't mind whatsoever, because you would expect, especially in a time like that, random things to happen like that, because the bad guys aren't expecting any resistance. It's not like somebody can just pick up their cell phone and call the cops and they'll be there guns drawn. You know what I mean? So random stuff like that, I can totally get behind. I can absolutely totally get behind stuff like that. But it's like, okay, well, now you have to sit here and you have to do 12 haikus. And then after you do 12 haikus, and then you can level up this thing. And then once you level up this thing, then you'll be able to unlock this thing. And then once you unlock this thing, then you'll be able to do the fox dens a little bit better. And now that you can do the fox dens a little bit better, now you can unlock this stuff, which helps you out with this person, because you got to do their stuff and you needed to unlock a certain thing in the progression stuff. And it's like, and they pad out the amount of skills and everything that you need to unlock in order to like progress through. So like, it's just this giant fuck off puzzle that has literally nothing to do with the main storyline. Right? And don't get me wrong, I actually didn't mind the haiku stuff, but when you take the haiku stuff, you take the fox dens, you take all the secondary missions for all of your characters, maybe two of which only actually matter in terms of the narrative of the main story. Then you have all the extra random crap that happens as you're traveling. Then you have all the enemy encampments that they want you to go through and destroy one way or another, so that by the time you get to the end, there's a depleted presence. Then you have all the stuff where it's like, oh, well, I got to go and I got to, do all the parkour up to the Torii gates and so on, right? So that you can unlock new things, because it's like, Jesus Christ, how much more crap can we shove in this thing? Yeah, I didn't mind the camps. It's not one particular thing. It's everything. All at the same time. That's what it's. The problem isn't, like, if they only had Torii gates, nobody would care. If they only had the shrines, it wouldn't be a big deal. If they only had the different encampments and fortresses and whatnot that you had to take out, a lot of people would be like, no, that's probably one of the best parts, right? If you only ever had to do the haikus and then you could go on with the story because it was like a good way to, slow down the pace a little bit and so on, then it wouldn't be a big. It's everything. And it's just like, you get overloaded. You do. You just get insanely overloaded a lot of the time. You're sitting there going, well, where the fuck do I go? I remember when I was streaming it, there was a part, because I have the DLC for it, where you have all the crow people, right? And when I first played through it, I can't remember who it was, but somebody was like, no. Finish the fucking game first. Right? Go and finish the fucking game first, because if you or get to like a certain point where it's going to be the end of the game, and then come back and do that, because not only are they way over leveled, but you're definitely not going to be able to come back here for quite a long time if you do this, and it almost feels like a sequel to the game that you're currently playing. Okay, fine. So now on top of that, I've got a whole list of fucking missions and a completely second story that I have to finish, and I'm not even halfway through the game yet. It was definitely a bit overwhelming at times, because it's just like, Jesus Christ, guys, what are we doing? And I get it. They want to put as much in there to give people as much freedom as possible and so on. And I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. But I think that's a problem that's inherent with open world games just in general. Either you have way too much and people are going to piss and moan about it, or you have way too little to justify it being an open world, and then understandably people are going to piss and moan about it even more. And I don't know if there's really any good example of when a game has taken an open world concept and actually been able to balance it really, really well. Last time I played Sushi Ghost, I left Tiki Island behind. Or Iki Island. Yeah, I did the same thing the second time I played through. I was like, fuck that. I don't need to go through that again. That place sucks. Once was enough. I got the experience. The experience was cool. I don't need to do it again. You know what I mean? Like, but again, I think that's just a problem that's inherent with open world games. Either way too much or not even remotely close to enough. And I don't really know if there is any sweet medium. I really don't know. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you guys think that there's any sort of, like, way to really balance that stuff out? What do you guys think? You don't think? Oh, good. Next. After, let's see, I felt like they were just there for the horny 12-year-olds and the grown men acting like them. Oh, and Yote? I mean, maybe. After 92 million hours of open beta testing, Battlefield 6 dev says requests for naval warfare have not gone unnoticed, and it has over 200 changes coming in a day one patch. I'm excited for that. We're now just a few days away from the launch of Battlefield 6, and EA is keen to let you know what changes are in store for the long-awaited FPS in the wake of all the feedback from the August open beta sessions. We got a couple hundred changes announced for launch, but the devs are already suggesting bigger features, including naval combat and other former series mainstays could be on the way in the future. Nice. EA says there was a total of 92,351,578 hours played during its beta, and breaks down some stats about class pick rates, weapon usage, match length, and other key metrics, in a new community update. The devs also detail some of the changes they have coming for the main menu, which got pretty mercilessly roasted during the beta period, which I think that's definitely justifiable for sure. The menu was not good. It looked more like a website. It really did. It literally looked more like a browser site than anything. A launch day patch will feature over 200 changes focused on bug fixes, balance improvements, and polish. Key details include that movement feels more responsive, recoil has been rebalanced on automatic weapons, and netcode improvements reduce desync, make time to death feel fairer, and address cases of invisible damage. I don't know of invisible damage issues that I had. I mean, you played a little bit, Spectre. What do you think? I didn't encounter any invisible damage. I, again, I can only go off of, like, you know, what you guys say who played it and what I experienced, and I didn't experience anything like that. But maybe that's just me. Tell you what, give me a minute. I am going to go grab a bottle of water because I forgot to get one because I was setting some other stuff up while the music was going. So give me a second. I'll put it on BRB. I'll go grab a bottle of water and then we'll come back. We'll finish this stuff out. So give me a minute. Okay, I is back. Sorry about that. So yeah, I mean, what do you think, Spectre? How do you think this is going to go? Or anybody for that matter. How do you think this is going to go for any of this? Also, I want to see what this community update is, because I haven't actually seen it yet. Let me take a look. If it ever decides it wants to load. Which would be really, really nice. There we... Well, okay, it's kind of loading. There we go. Finally. Okay. Battlefield 6 has more ways to play than ever, and through the open beta, we aim to validate at scale that offering multiple playlists in parallel would not compromise the authentic Battlefield experience. Here's a closer look at some of the most important data points we reviewed and our summarized findings for each. Class pick rates. The map layout was the main deciding factor for class picks. For example, support had a higher pick rate on Siege of Cairo, which is a CQC-focused map. On Iberian Offensive, with more long-distance combat opportunities, we saw an increased pick rate for recon. Yeah. This is a very, very optimistic community post. Yeah, I'm just seeing it now, so... comparing between open and closed weapon playlists, we observed mostly identical class pick rates with 1 to 2% difference at most. Kills per hour also remained virtually consistent for both playlist types. Open weapons players scored 0.2 more kills per hour in Conquest and 0.1 in Breakthrough. Match duration increased slightly within closed weapons playlists by up to 45 seconds, or about a 3.75% difference for both Breakthrough and Conquest. We also observed a slightly higher revive rate for closed weapons at 3% for Breakthrough and 2% for Conquest, which coincides with a slightly longer match duration. Okay, so people are playing longer for closed weapons, which I don't think is a bad thing. More players with non-signature weapons in open weapon playlists. However, recon players still favored sniper rifles over the other weapons, and their pick rate was identical between both playlist types. There was not a single dominant weapon archetype, and we observed a consistent and well-distributed pick rate between them. This balance shows that even with different playlist types, players explored a wide variety of options without one class standing out above the rest, which, I mean, I can see everybody wants to play with the new toys and all that crap and see how they like certain things. That makes sense. There were no differences of note for time players spent in combat between open and closed weapon playlist types. The actual differences were only fractions of a percentage where, when rounded up, the results were identical. Lastly, another key insight from the open beta was that the vast majority of players, after trying both playlist types, chose to stick with open weapons. This reinforces our belief that open weapons is the right path forward for BF6. At the same time, we recognize that some players prefer closed weapons experience. To support them, official closed weapons playlists will be available at launch. Additionally, closed weapons mutators will remain part of the Portal toolset, so players can create and share their own custom experiences. I don't necessarily think that the open weapon system is worth it. Again, that's just my anecdotal take. There wasn't really much of a reason for me to, and this is kind of where, like, it, to me, it just doesn't make sense. If you are going to go recon on, what was the map name again? The big one. I can't remember the name of it. Whatever offensive, right? If you're going to go recon on that, and then you go, oh, shit, okay, well, the tanks are getting all fucked up, and we need to have the tanks push, and there's no engineers. Okay, so you're going to switch from recon to engineer, right? Next time you die, instead of clicking recon, you click engineer, and then you click the spawn point. Now, with open weapons, they're going, well, I mean, you know, all the really important stuff is, you know, it's still locked to it, but you can switch weapon. Well, okay, but I can also pick up a weapon off the fucking ground and see how it works. So it's kind of like it's kind of like a remedy for a problem that they never had to begin with, right? To me, that's how it feels. Because again, you don't get the torch if you're not an engineer to repair the tank. So you have to switch between recon over to engineer in order to do anything in terms of helping out the tank when it gets damaged. So that problem has now been created unnecessarily, right? They've solved a problem that didn't exist. Then, on top of that, even if there's still some sort of justification for the open weapons, the problem becomes is that now you have a bunch of people at the start, which is probably one of the most crucial and critical times for people to be actively playing. But you have now a bunch of people who didn't have time to go through their loadout because their PCs loaded everything too fucking fast. And now they're hitting Y, and they're standing there like jackasses, ready to be wiped the fuck out while they're redoing their loadouts. When all they needed to do was just pick a class that they've already set up. You see what I mean? It's just, they solved a problem that didn't exist. That, to me, that's what it really feels like. Maybe it's just me, but I don't get it. I feel like it's something that they were trying to cater to the COD players with. I really feel like that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to appeal to COD players because they want to get everybody. And I think they said they wanted something like 100 million users or whatever, which is an insanely high number and insanely stupid to begin with. And most of those people, most of the COD people were sitting there and pissing and moaning and bitching. And I mean, I can't tell you how many times I literally would just, talk shit to them in the chat. And I know Nikki was there, and I know Tilted was there, and a bunch of other people. And I did it just for the sake of pissing them off. Literally. Because all they would, I can't remember, but there was this one person, and they were just, constantly pissing and moaning about how this isn't Call of Duty, and, they don't understand how this is going to compete with Call of Duty, and, some people told them off, and they're like, then go fucking play Call of Duty. And all they wanted to do was piss and moan and just be really sore winners and talk about, oh, haha, I'm awesome and this, that, and the other. So I just started sniping the guy. That was actually the first time I found the fucking that roof exploit. So I just sat back and just started sniping him. And he was getting so fucking pissy, and he was just so unhappy and was so incredibly butthurt. And now, granted, we lost that match, and I looked at my stats, and I looked at his, and not only was I higher than him, but also I had killed him so many times with zero retaliation from him, because he sucked so bad, that all he wanted to do was sit there and cry, and I just said, your complaining makes me harder. Because that's the only thing you can do, is just absolutely fucking humiliate them. Runs in with Taco Bell and Snacks for Shadow in chat. Oh, there's Aylin. How you doing? So it's I understand them wanting to appeal and try to take the people from Call of Duty. I understand that. But I will say one thing that I think is really, really pertinent, especially after we saw the video last week by Kingard. The problem is that they're trying to appeal to the backup plan. Had to go grocery shopping. Oh, gotcha. They're with stuff like that, and with the open beta only showing one big map, right? And the rest are, you can hit anybody, but the longest it's ever going to be for a range is medium range, and usually it's pretty tight quarters and pretty tight lanes, and you have a couple of open areas, lodged in there here and there and whatnot, but most of the time, even if you're running a tank or you're running a lav, the problem is that every 5 to 10 feet, there could be somebody around the corner with a fucking RPG. That's more Call of Duty based level gameplay, right? So, and to the COD players, it's probably even better than what they have, because usually they're lucky if they get a square. I'm not even kidding. They're lucky if they get a really big square that they can run around a circle in. So to them, it was probably cool and new, and it felt really good and everything, but and don't get me wrong, I understand the need for that, but when you're front loading your beta with literally only that, there's got to be a reason, right? Especially if you know that Call of Duty is awful and people are leaving Call of Duty in droves, they're going to try to appeal to those people. But again, the problem is you're trying to cater to the backup plan. Right? So like Kingard said, if you do too much to appeal to the competition, what's going to happen is you're going to drive all the Battlefield veterans away, and by the time they're gone and you realize you fucked up, it won't matter, because your plan B, which are all the people from Call of Duty, just saw that Call of Duty 7 just dropped, and they're going to go and play that now. So now they go too. Congratulations, in one fell swoop, you just got rid of your entire audience. Which, by the way, is one of the biggest problems that they had with 2042. They tried to make it so it was more like COD, and they got COD players into it and everything like that. But on top of the game being fucking broken, and on top of it having just many problems across the board and everything like that, their core base left, and then they were stuck with Plan B, who only stuck around long enough until the next COD came in. That's what happened. And then it basically was a fucking ghost town for over a year. So me personally, I don't know. I don't particularly care for open weapons, but again, to me it just feels like they're trying to remedy a situation or a problem that never existed in the first place. I'm still going to play the way I'm going to play. Nothing's going to change that, because closed weapons are always going to be there. I just kind of feel it was needless to have open weapons to begin with. Cool in concept, but in actual practice, it doesn't do much for you. For launch, we're also making further changes and improvements to playlists and menus as a direct result of some of your feedback. All launch maps will be available across playlists from day one, giving you the freedom to play whichever map you prefer. We tested having multiple modes in a single playlist during the open beta and learned that players favored playlists with combined modes. We will continue to iterate and adjust playlists to deliver the best Battlefield experiences possible. You'll have the flexibility to play in both single mode and mixed mode playlists. At launch, Conquest, Breakthrough, and Escalation will each have their own dedicated playlists. Alongside these, you will see combined playlists such as Conquest and Escalation, and Breakthrough and Rush, so you do not have to stop matchmaking when switching between those experiences. If you want to focus on a specific mode outside of playlists, you can always find it through the custom search and the server browser. Okay. Custom search enables you to select which map and or mode combo you prefer, and you will be match made into a match with these search criteria if available. You will have a higher chance to be match made into your preference the more you broaden your search. Portal remains the tool for creating and customizing experiences, while the section in the main menu previously called Portal is now called Community. This is where you will find the server browser, which is now prominently featured to make it easier to find and use. Separately, we will launch with Breakthrough, Conquest, and Rush as verified modes within the server browser. This enables us to, for example, feature the official hardcore experiences that we know many of you are excited for. Ooh, okay. At launch, you will also find new custom experiences designed to add even more gameplay variety. This will be your first chance to dive into the new and improved Battlefield Portal toolset, now featuring powerful options like spatial editing. We cannot wait to see the creative ways in which you'll use these tools to build and share your own experiences. I'm excited to see what people come up with in Portal. I really am. We've learned a lot from open beta, and we're using your feedback as a foundation for launching BF6. When the game goes live, you'll find a range of playlist options to jump into, including single mode playlists for favorites like Breakthrough and Conquest, closed weapon experiences, intense close quarter battle playlists, and action-packed all-around warfare playlists. We'll be paying close attention to your feedback, adjusting playlists, and adding new options to make sure things always feel fresh and you can easily find a match that suits your style. Please keep sharing your thoughts. This is just the beginning. On the horizon, we are incredibly excited for you to join us on the Battlefield at launch, and this is just the beginning for Battlefield 6, as shortly after we launch, we will launch Season 1 on October 28th. Our seasons will have more content than ever before in a Battlefield game, and we will unpack that with you in more detail during an upcoming moment. There's much more to look forward to beyond our seasons as our team continues reviewing Battlefield Labs data, player feedback, and ideating on completely new ideas for the future, starting with an exciting new Battlefield take on Battle Royale. Separately, requests for naval warfare have not gone unnoticed, nor have the calls for a certain fan-favorite little helicopter, platoons, and more. So it sounds like they're probably going to be bringing back the Little Bird. It sounds like they're probably going to have naval carriers with planes and choppers on them at some point, as well as naval bombardments, which is not a bad thing. I think the only reason I'm okay with open weapons is because I can do stuff like playing aggressive recon with an M4 and use the drone like a JTAC operator for mortar spotting. Well, that's the whole thing. You don't have to for mortar spotting. And the reason why is because you're actually using the map for mortars. So you don't really have to do any spotting because the map itself, when you're in mortar mode, actually when you move the mortar, you move the map. So you can see what's going on in certain areas, and if people are within, and they've already showed it, if they're in, well, it does mark people on the map, but here, this is what I'm getting at. If people are within about 19 feet of somebody else, it shows up for everybody anyway. So if they're quite literally within range to kill or be killed easily, then you automatically see those people. It comes up for everybody. If you're at a greater distance than about 20 feet, then it only shows up for that person that sees the enemy. That's it. Right? However, they also came out and said that they are going to be redoing spotting completely, so they already have ideas when it comes to spotting, which means that, let's say, the sniper is going to be doing things automatically like they've always been doing in BF6. But if you're any other class, you very well may have to hit a button for it to be spotted. Otherwise, what's going to happen is that they're going to have a hollowed out diamond over their head because you're the only one who saw them. So unless you hit a button, nobody else is going to see it. So they're redoing the spotting, they're doing the ranging, they're doing like all that other stuff, and all that is being put on a map that updates in real time. So it's like, I think the issue is that they've solved a problem that never existed until now. You know what I mean? I don't have an opinion on BF versus COD in a class-based game. It makes sense to have exclusive weapons and tools per class. Totally fine to pick up other items off the ground. TTRG perspective, a class might be proficient with certain weapons or tools, but then it should be okay to use other items. Maybe they do not get a bonus when using the weapons and tools your class does not specialize in. Yes, I agree, but they're taking it a step further. They're not just doing, oh, well, you can pick whatever up off the ground and use it. If that was all they were doing, I don't think it would be a massive issue. The problem is that they're going, oh, hey, so you want open weapons? Yeah, that's really cool. Hey, during the start of the battle, you know what you can do? You can hit Y and spend 20 minutes in your fucking loadout screen while everybody else is dying around you because you're too stupid to move. That's what they're doing. So it's like creating a problem that never, creating a solution for a problem that never existed. Because that's, in reality, that's how it works. Is that if you have a loadout that is specifically set for open weapons, you cannot go to closed weapons and expect to still have the same weapon, which means that it's going to default more than likely to whatever the stock weapon is for that closed weapon loadout, if for whatever reason you go from open to closed. Now, you can still pick up whatever gun you want on the ground if you're, say, out of ammo in closed weapon. They're not penalizing you for that. But if that's the case and they're not penalizing you, then why have why have a loadout that can't transfer over to another thing because you just cut out half the audience entirely? They can't migrate natively. Because now you have a bunch of people who are like, oh man, this gun sucks. And now they got to sit there and they got to go back into their loadout menu. And now they got to redo everything and put on all the crap that they wanted before. It's been 5-10 minutes. You've lost half your tickets on your team because you and 15 other people decided, oh man, this is why I don't do closed weapons. And then they just sit there and stare at their loadouts the entire time. So it's a problem that never existed until they brought it up. That's my issue with it. We appreciate all your suggestions and want you to know we're listening. I hate it when they say that. With Season 1 on a roadmap ahead, we're excited to continue to build a Battlefield that reflects what players want. We'll continue reading and listening to community channels, and we cannot wait to share more with you, so keep the feedback coming. Also, be sure to join our official Battlefield Discord for more discussion and the latest updates. Okay. Following gameplay updates will be included in our launch day patch, with over 200 changes focused on bug fixes, balance improvements, and polish for release. Stay tuned for the full launch day update notes closer to launch. You'll notice the movement feels more responsive with changes made to pacing and with several movement issues addressed to keep gameplay smooth and balanced. I know they're going to be making the combat sliding more situational, and they are not going to allow for momentum to build up when people are bunny hopping. They are going to be changing that. Plus, the overall player movement is actually being decreased. Weapons. Recoil has been rebalanced on automatic weapons, making long-range gunplay more characteristic, rewarding tap firing and burst control. Okay. Numerous weapon attachments have been fixed so they now display correctly in the menus and in-game. Fair. The LTLM2 laser designator has been refined with smoother deploy animations, updated visuals, and several fixes for a better feel when used. The Law is now the default engineer launcher with a more accurate trajectory, improved guidance, and clearer sights. The MOS 148 Glaive is enhanced with more realistic missile path, improved zoom and lock-on, sharper scope visuals, and more reliable vehicle damage. Deploy beacons are now limited to 1 spawn per player, 4 per squad total, helping maintain balance and prevent overuse. Okay, I can see that. That's not terrible. Russian breakthrough layouts have been revised for better balance between attackers and defenders. Operation Firestorm has been updated and improved with vaulting, lightning, and performance, while Siege of Cairo spawn killing and out-of-bounds issues have been addressed. I'll say this again. I had a lot of fun sitting on rooftops sniping at people. I also had a lot of fun being on top of that bridge listening to all the COD players piss and moan and cry and shit their pants because they're too stupid to figure anything out. However, I am also glad that that stuff is being taken care of. And the reason I am is because for years and years and years, we're going on the better part of 20 years, if not already there. Okay, for that long, we've been listening to people piss and moan back and forth about how people getting onto rooftops and people getting onto bridges and people doing stuff where they're basically out of bounds is cheating. And for years and years and years, EA and DICE did absolutely nothing about it. So, instead of sitting there and pissing and moaning, we just said, fuck it. It becomes part of the core gameplay now. Which is why I had no problem when I saw somebody do it, going, oh, that's fucking awesome, and just going about my day, because that's what Battlefield's been for 20 years, and EA and DICE didn't give a shit. They just never did. So this is actually good news, because if they have taken care of it, that means that they are, in fact, actually giving a shit and listening. That's how I see it. Because if you go back to 1942, you go back to 1943, you go back to Vietnam, you go back to 2142, you go back to Battlefield 2, you go back to Bad Company 1 and 2, you go back to Battlefield 3, you go back to Battlefield 4, all of them have out-of-bounds areas and rooftops you are not supposed to get to that you easily can. All of them. And they have not changed once from the time they've been released. So this is actually a really good sign. I'm actually really okay with this. Because it means that they're actually listening to players now. UI and HUD elements are clearer with updated overlays, animated pings, new mini-map options, and smoother loadout and deploy navigation. Settings and controls have been expanded with new options like VO volume sliders, sprint bob reduction, and camera roll toggle for accessibility, plus refinements across platforms. Audio has been cleaned up so pings are easier to hear, weapons and vehicles sound sharper, and missing delayed effects won't get in the way of your awareness. Netcode improvements reduce desync, make time to death feel fairer, and address cases of invisible damage. Again, I never had any invisible damage issues. Maybe there are people that did, but yeah, I never had any of that. The time to death feel fairer? I'm not entirely sure what they mean by that. I mean, like, are they reducing it? Are they making it longer? I have no idea. Thanks again for your trust, excitement, and feedback that helped us shape the Battlefield 6 experience. See you at launch. Okay. Not bad. Making it longer? Yeah, I never saw a problem with how it was before, but again, I thought with the exception of only a couple of things that they actually knocked it out of the park. It was pretty fucked based on netcode and latency issues. I never had latency issues. I never had any. That's why I said I only have, like, anecdotal evidence at best, either way, right? And everybody's like, and this is kind of the problem, and also why I think they were trying to cater to the Plan B. They were trying to cater to the COD community a lot during the open beta, because Call of Duty players are used to a square with shit in the middle. And that's pretty much it. Doesn't matter how big the square is. It's a square, right? It's a square. It's got shit in the middle, maybe some stuff on the outskirts, maybe a couple of lanes in and out, and so on. And that's pretty much it. And they run around, and because there's a whole lot of nothing in most Call of Duty multiplayer arenas, netcode really doesn't matter because it's not competing against anything that's interactive, and it's not competing against anything that may take a higher priority over literally killing someone. So the only thing that you really have to worry about in Call of Duty are people who have a connection that doesn't crap out every 5 minutes, or people who are cheating. That's it. Whereas with Battlefield, it's never just been about that. It's always been about destruction. It's been about squad-based play, as well as people, you know, sitting there and doing stuff and repairing tanks and repairing LAVs, and people taking off on aircraft carriers and snipers all over the place. And it is all out war in every single aspect. And at some point, some stuff is going to have to take priority over other stuff. But honestly, I never saw any of the stuff that they're talking about. I never had any desync issues. I never had any problems with time to death. If I got killed, I got killed, right? I wasn't, it was usually like, if you guys were around me, I'd say something, and either A, you were able to get to me in time, or B, somebody would shoot me because they literally went, oh, well, here's an asshole who's waiting to be picked up, and they just shot you, and that was pretty much it. Okay, fair enough. That's all it was for me. Right? And especially the invisible damage one. I never saw any invisible damage. Not once did I ever sit there and go, oh, man, what the fuck? Where did I get shot from? And then just sit there and be like, oh, man, that's complete bullshit, and I don't understand. Never had that. Literally any and every time I was killed, I could account for where it came from. I had multiple occasions where I would move behind cover after getting hit once or twice and die behind cover. I mean, that's all well and fair. That's all well and fine, and I understand where you're coming from, but I think you also have to add into that, where did you get hit? So, for instance, there was a thing that was shown on here a couple of weeks ago where literally if you go into the firing range, if you get a headshot, it's 100% damage. If you get a neck shot, it's 80% damage, and there's also a high chance to bleed. If you get a chest shot, it's 60% damage, and you have a moderate chance to bleed. right? So it's like, depending on where you get hit, I could totally see that. Absolutely, I could see that, especially if they're going more towards like trying to balance realism versus actual gameplay. That's a tough thing to do, right? But I don't expect anybody to be shot in the head and then not go down. So I don't necessarily mind it that way. Bleed is not a thing in this game. Yes, it is. Absolutely, it is. That's why you have the heal stuff, and that's why things turn as shit as they do, because it really is, and I can tell you why. It really is because in the beta there was a little bar for your health, and that little bar shows how much was taken down. And if you do not use your health kit, it takes longer for that little bar to raise your health back up, because you are healing naturally versus using something to heal yourself. So are you sitting out and just like pissing blood out all over the place? Absolutely not. But what they're insinuating is that it's going to take longer to heal because you are all fucked up and did not treat yourself. Which, by the way, is a byproduct of what happens most of the time in most games when you bleed. That's exactly what happens. I'll take one of the most beloved and most talked about games of all time, by the way, and use it as an example. Bloodborne. You get hit, what are you supposed to do? You're not supposed to back off. You're supposed to keep attacking, because the way that they have it done is if you get hit, that little gray bar goes whoosh, and it's gone after a couple of seconds. Or if you attack and you keep hitting, you get all of that back because you are no longer losing it over a period of time. The only difference between what we see in Bloodborne and what we see in Battlefield 6 is the way that that bar is used. But that is a bleed bar. That's absolutely a bleed bar. Because either you can sit there and not use it, maybe it's because you don't have time or you're pinned down or whatever, and it's going to take longer, or you're going to sit there and use it, and it takes maybe half the time to get back up to where you need to be to a sustainable level of health. Right? Because you have a certain period of time to do it. Otherwise, it's just going to take a lot longer. That's your bleed bar. And if I remember correctly, they also said that one of the things that they were doing too, especially with the health stuff, is they were going to, they were actually going to change the time as well when it comes to, actually, no, it's not even that they're going to change the time. Instead, what they're doing is they're going to get rid of that gray bar entirely when you get hit and you get brought down to the point where you have to use, or you're expected to use, your health stuff, and instead you're just not going to have it anymore. And then if you use it, you get the health back immediately instead of it ramping up slowly to get there, or slower to get there. And then if you don't use it, it's going to take just even longer. That gray bar is going to be gone completely. That's all that it's there for. So it's just showing you the amount of time you have to get back that amount of health if you use something. Which I don't know if I particularly care for. I understand why they're doing it, but I don't know. To me, it I can see what they're trying to go for. I just don't know if it worked. I just really don't. I really don't know if I cared for it. So, yeah. But I'm excited. I want to see where... I want to see, like, where all these changes are. Again, I had None of this. I had zero of it. Now, granted, I understand that I'm lucky. I have a gigabit connection. My PC is literally less than 10 months old, and stuff like that. There are a million things that can play into stuff like this, and I know that they did say that there was a significant amount of people who were running under required specs. They were running on computers that were running under required specifications, and still being able to play. So I'm not entirely sure how much of that stuff is going to go away. But they've optimized it enough to the point where people who don't even meet spec requirements can play. So we'll see. We'll definitely see. I remember my biggest issue, especially when I played online stuff, and I usually saw it when I was trying to play back in the day before I stopped giving a shit, Star Citizen. The only time I would run into desync is when my ISP at the time was just a bag of shit. So when they had a problem and wouldn't tell anybody that they had a problem, but I could clearly see a packet loss of 70% on my end, that's when I would usually run into desync issues. Same thing if I was playing anything on stream that required an online connection, because that would lag everything out, and so on. But that was really the only time, especially when it came to like modern or modern-ish games, that I've really ever had that. The desync issues and the tick rates and like all that crap, a lot of that stuff, from what I understand, it feels like EA and DICE finally got their asses in gear, because that's been shit that people have been arguing about for 15 years, and unfortunately I don't think there's really any stopping it. I really don't, because the problem becomes that you have a bunch of people that are going to sit there and go, oh, well, I'm running like 8K at 700 frames per second. There's no way that asshole should shoot me. It's got to be a tick rate issue. No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be a tick rate issue. It could be maybe your internet had a hiccup. It could literally be that maybe you're in fucking Canada and the server that you're playing on is in Southern California and you're in Nova Scotia. It could literally be that someone had a spike. Even if they're not cheating, it could be that literally somebody had a spike from their ISP, which all of a sudden made them fucking phase through a wall that they didn't even know was there, because that wasn't their intended destination. But because they're in France and you're in Montana, to you, because you're closer to the server, it looks like somebody's cheating. Like, there's a million different reasons. And I'm not like saying that the problems that people have had aren't valid, but I've literally played these games long enough to know that literally any and every excuse will be used, and you're never going to get rid of all of them. There's just no way in hell. I had a guy that I used to play with who used to piss and moan and argue for years about how Battlefield sucks because he couldn't one-shot somebody because he didn't see them soon enough to do it before somebody else came up behind him and killed him. And his reasoning was specifically because at the time, so this is way back in the day, he had two GTX 960s in SLI with 3 monitors, and he was running over 200 frames a second, and he had, at the time, the best internet that money could buy. So it couldn't be him. No way in hell it could be him. Absolutely not. There's no way. He was God's gift to everything. There's no possible way it could be him. He could not fathom that for 1 second, maybe it was something on his end. And that's the same bullshit that I have heard for 20 years when it comes to Battlefield and when it comes to Call of Duty. It's the same exact bullshit every single time. which is kind of a bummer. It really is kind of a bummer because people don't want to just tack it up to, well, hey, you know what? I got unlucky. And I'm not saying that desync doesn't exist. And I'm not saying that, time to death doesn't exist and maybe a bit unfair. And I'm not saying that, invisible damage doesn't exist. But I never experienced any of them. And as I said before, I've only got anecdotal evidence on my end from the people I played with and from my own experience. And that's about all I have to go off of. But I can tell you, every time I got shot, either I had a limited amount of time for somebody to pick me up and I stayed close enough to everybody to where either they could pick me up or I'd get shot, or if I was too far out from everybody, I'd just be like, well, I mean, fuck it, everybody else is dead, I'll just hold F. Like, not once did I ever feel cheated. Right? I guarantee I could probably go into 2042 or Battlefield 5 or Battlefield 1 and I could probably find stuff like within 5 or 10 minutes of playing that absolutely feels really cheap, because they, at that point with any of those games, they still hadn't learned their lessons from Battlefield 3, Battlefield 4, Battlefield Hardline, and they just kept cranking out crap. So I'm sure I could find it there, but in the beta, not once did I ever sit there and be like, oh man, this is bullshit, right? Whatever problems I knew I might have, chances are the other guy was having too. So I wasn't going to hold that against them. I didn't see, and I know they said they got rid of a lot of cheaters or hackers. I literally never saw one. I never saw one hacker or anybody who cheated whatsoever. And the reason I know this is because usually in Battlefield and in Call of Duty, they're pretty blatant about it. They don't care, especially to the point where it's been known in the past where you have cheaters, and even during the Battlefield 6 beta, they had somebody who was clearly cheating that was caught on stream doing it. And then you have idiots from the COD community who are coming out and going, oh, well, you're just not used to people snap firing and it. Yes, we are. Yes, we absolutely are. How exactly are we not used to snap firing? How exactly are we not used to people getting headshots? Battlefield is literally only 1 year older than Call of Duty. Both of them grew up at the same time. So how are we not used to this? We deal with the same thing. And we probably dealt with it even more in the early days because EA, in their infinite fucking wisdom, always decided it was a really good idea to advertise the type of anti-cheat system they were going to use so people knew which cheats to buy that would work ahead of time before launch. I mean, Christ, at least with Black Ops 7, I can tell you, okay, well, yeah, there are a bunch of cheaters and there were a bunch of hackers and stuff like that in the open and closed beta, but at the same time, they haven't changed their fucking anti-cheat in God knows how long, and they even said, well, we're going to put out an update after we launch, and it's like, then what the fuck good is the anti-cheat? I gotta give credit where credit's due. At least Activision, actively says they don't care. Whereas Battlefield actively advertises the anti-cheat that they're using every time. And it's like, did anybody ever stop to think that maybe it was a good idea to, not do that? And just be like, we got an anti-cheat, we're not going to tell you what it is. And then there you go. I guarantee you'd cut down the amount of people who are trying to hack or cheat in their games by at least a third if they didn't give people the time to actually go out and research what they needed in order to beat the system. I never understood that. I never understood that whatsoever. That's literally like back when we were in school, whether it be high school or college or whatever, and you have this massive exam that you have to take, right? And they go, okay, you have 2 months before this massive exam comes out. So you better start studying this thick-ass book that cost you $400, because anything and everything that could be in there is going to be. Meanwhile, you know a guy who somehow was able to get their hands on literally every previous test, plus all the answers, and they go, nah, man, just memorize this. You'll be fine. You see, like, that kind of feels that's what they're doing. And I never understood that. Never, ever, ever in my life did I understand that. Battlefield 6 teases launch by day patch and gameplay changes. Okay. Ahead of the Battlefield 6 release, EA and its development studios are giving players a preview of what to expect at launch, including some changes with a day one update. It's an exciting week for BF6 fans, as the long wait for the game's release is nearly at an end, thank God. The latest chapter in this long-running franchise is expected to have massive launch thanks to all the positive momentum the game has achieved over the past few months. Alongside the returning portal and multiplayer modes, BF6 also has brought back the campaign experiences as well. BF6's open beta hit massive player numbers, and with tons of improvements and fan-favorite features making their return, the game may be in line for one of the franchise's biggest launches ever. However, the game's launch is just the beginning, with a new post reveals how the game has changed since the open beta tests. We went through that. It also highlighted the Season 1 roadmap and more before transitioning to the launch day patch. With the update indicated, we'll have over 200 bug fixes, balance improvements, and quality of life enhancements. The full patch notes will be available closer to launch, but for now, the blog gave a sneak peek, including an improved UI and HUD, netcode adjustments, rebalance and recoil for weapons, responsive movement, and more. Yeah. As expected, there's been no shortage of comparisons between BF6 and the upcoming Black Ops 7. These two franchises have faced off against one another numerous times in the past, with Black Ops 7 holding its own in open beta. Fans couldn't help but compare the player numbers. BF6 managed to pull substantially more players in the first few days than Black Ops 7 was able to do in the first few days, leading many to believe Battlefield could be in a much stronger position to succeed. I know they are. I know they're in a much stronger position to succeed. I absolutely know they are. And the reason I know they are is because there are multiple videos out right now where you have Call of Duty players pissing and moaning because Battlefield doesn't feel like Call of Duty. And you also have those same Call of Duty players who only give a shit about the Battle Royale and how well that's going to work. And you only have Call of Duty players that are massive streamers that are going, man, Battlefield sucks, and this is all terrible, and this, that, and the other thing. When it's more so because they're not used to how Battlefield plays and expects Battlefield to play like Call of Duty, when literally it's supposed to be the opposite of Call of Duty. Right? So yes, it is in a much stronger position for Black Ops, because with the exception of Tim the Tap Man clapping like an idiot while his entire chat was saying massive L for Activision, and aside from a couple of other streamers who were dumb enough to drink the fucking Kool-Aid for the Call of Duty Black Ops 7 trailer, everybody else in the world said this looks fucking stupid. And just based on trailers alone, that should tell you something. Not to mention, especially during the betas, from what I understand, and I wish I could bring it up, but I don't remember the name of the video, there's video of streamers doing the open and closed betas, and even big people like Nick Merckx, Tim the Tap Man, and so on, where they were getting their asses stomped hard because they were having high latency issues and because they were having massive netcode issues and everything like that. So now all of a sudden, everybody's favorite COD streamer is sitting there going 2 and 30. And this is during closed and open beta. And this is supposedly on their game. Meanwhile, Kim the Tatman turns around and had way more really good rounds than he had bad rounds in the open beta for BF6. And that should be telling people something. Guess what game is currently $80 in Mexico? I don't know. I have no idea. Black Ops 7? Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. I think it's supposed to be $70 in the US on launch. Actually, let me see here. Black Ops 7. Not Black Ops 7 cheaters. I just want Black Ops 7. There we go. Let's see. Pre-order. Sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's up to $70 right now. Oh boy. That can't be good. Okay, if I go to pre-order, because I'm not going to log in and I don't give much of a shit, let's go to Steam, pre-order. What do we got? Yep, that's... We'll do this, view page, pause, $70 here. Yep. And then the Vault Edition is 100. Yeah, of course it is. Absolutely it is. I'm not surprised in the slightest. I'm not surprised at all. I mean, shit, for I think for like a $70 or $80 game, you're looking at like $120 to $130 for Australia. And same thing with New Zealand. So sadly, I'm not surprised to see it like that, especially after Microsoft upped the prices for literally everything. You have to remember, they're coming out with a $1,000 console. Right? They're coming out with a $1,000 console. They're upping the prices of the consoles that aren't doing well. They're upping the prices of their games. They're upping the prices of Game Pass. I'm not surprised in the slightest it's $80. It's sad, but I can't I can't be surprised at that, you know what I mean? And it really sucks too. It really, really does suck. And I found out something today that really drove me nuts. And maybe you know this, maybe you don't, Spectre. But are you ready for this kick in the nuts? Are you ready for this one? Because I know I wasn't. This one surprised the hell out of me. So you have the original Call of Duty Modern Warfare 1, 2, and 3, right? Which is Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. Then you have Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, and then you have Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, right? Those and Black Ops were supposed to take place in two different, I guess you could call them worlds for lack of a better term, right? But the reboot for Modern Warfare takes place in the Black Ops world. So the last three Modern Warfares that we got, the reboots, all take place in the Black Ops world, which is why so many things are different. For instance, no Russian. So now everything before the rebooted Modern Warfare games doesn't matter anymore. How insane is that? I was like, what in the actual fuck is going on? And that's what was going on. Sure as shit. I was like, what the hell? And they're making it, or at least they have made it, to where in order to fully understand a story, which takes anywhere between 4 to 6 hours to complete, but in order to understand the story completely, you have to have played the previous Black Ops games plus Warzone to be able to play Black Ops 6 and understand what's going on, as well as Modern Warfare 3 to understand what's going on, and supposedly to play Black Ops 7 and also understand what's going on. And the funniest part, and I think it was for Black Ops 6, that out of the runtime of 6 hours, because of loading and you know, cutscenes and everything else, you were lucky if you got maybe 2.5 hours of actual gameplay in Black Ops 6. I was like, that's ridiculous. Only 2 hours, and the rest of the time you're just watching shit, like all the mission profile stuff when it's loading in the next level and all the cutscenes. That like you're only getting like maybe 2 hours out of something that lasts for 6. That is insanity. That is absolute insanity. So yeah, like, I don't know. Black Ops 7 doesn't do much for me. I don't even understand, and again, maybe it's just me, but I'll bring up the trailer. I don't understand what the hell they're going with here. Black Ops 7 trailer. This is the reveal trailer. I haven't seen the reveal trailer, so let's see what they show. I don't think it's going to be anything good, but we'll see what it is.
They want you afraid. Fear makes you easier to control. It's time to wake up.
Your streets shall once again run red with your blood.
Raul Menendez ignited global unrest on an unprecedented scale.
Menendez is a terrorist. We're bringing peace and security to the world.
He refuses to let me go.
Stop looking backwards, Dayton. What matters is what we do next.
A lot of people counting on us for answers.
Spectre 1, report. Need a sit rep.
Also, why is it that this sounds like a mashup? And I know they're using Metallica, but why is it that it sounds like they're using a mashup between Metallica and the original Doom game?
This isn't real.
The hell it ain't!
Pull it together, man!
So eager to leave, David. Killing the man is a hell of a lot easier than killing the idea.
You were never cut out to be a Mason.
No more games. This ends now.
Okay, so I gotta go through this because I do know some stuff. Okay, I do know some stuff about Black Ops and the Black Ops world because I used to play these games a lot, right?
Fear makes you easier to control.
Well, there's an explanation for all this goofy shit. I'm going to break it down for you to show you how stupid they are and how stupid they think we are.
It's time to wake up.
Your streets shall once again run red with your blood.
Raul Menendez ignited global unrest and
Okay, Raul Menendez. Raul Menendez was a bad guy in the original Modern Warfare 2 and was also a bad guy in the reboot Modern Warfare games. We now know that Raul Menendez is back because we also know, aside from the fact that they literally just said his name and what he's doing, that when it comes to Call of Duty, and I will use Bricky's analogy, if there is no body, there is no death, which is literally the same formula they've been using for years. So also, don't be surprised if you see people from Black Ops 6 that you thought died at the end, wink wink, coming back to life. And it not being explained because it's probably going to end up being in Warzone probably about a month before, telling you the backstory as to how they actually got out of the situation they were in, so that by the time you get to Black Ops 7, if you don't play Warzone, you'll have no fucking idea how they got there.
unprecedented scale.
Menendez is a terrorist. We're bringing peace and security to the world.
He refuses to let me go.
Stop looking backwards, Dayton. What matters is what we do next.
A lot of people counting on us for answers.
This right here, all this gas, I'm going to go out on a limb, just hear me out. This is the same type of bullshit that you ended up getting in Black Ops 6. Was it 6? I believe it was 6. Yeah. This is the same type of shit that you get in Black Ops 6 when you're gassed and you become Case 1, okay? But instead of seeing zombies, you're seeing all the goofy shit that you saw in the beginning because now you're delving into your own psyche, and the Raul Menendez that you see is actually a figment of... It's actually a combination of him talking to you while you're laying on the floor, pissing all over yourself and shitting your pants like a third grader, and you're just going through all the motions in your head. That's what all the goofy shit is all about. Because Call of Duty has to have returning bad guy use thing that has already been used before because they don't have anything creative.
Spectre 1, report. Need a sit rep.
So like right there, when they're like, Spectre 1, report, I need a sit rep. You're hearing that go off in your ear as the character, but you can't do anything about it because in reality, you're lying on the floor like an invalid.
This isn't real.
The hell it ain't!
That shit drives me nuts. This is the type of shit that Call of Duty people want from Battlefield, by the way. No bullshit. This is the type of shit that they want from Battlefield. They want you to be able to use a zip gun so that you can hit a rock, zip line over, and travel at the better part of about 40 miles an hour while launching grenades at groups of people because they think that's really, really cool and they should always be the hero instead of letting the story play out. All this futuristic shit is because despite how much people didn't particularly care for it because it was Call of Duty in space, it actually did have a really, really good story, and a lot of people still actually really like all the tech and everything that came from Infinite Warfare, so guarantee that's why it's here. Plus, Tokyo is really, really, really crowded, so it makes a really good place for them to do the wall running bullshit again.
Pull it together, man!
So eager to leave, David.
Okay, this is the other big thing I wanted to bring up, right? You see how these TVs are oriented? Don't they look very, very, very similar to the way that the TVs were oriented when you were being brainwashed in Black Ops 2 and when you constantly had to go back and fight people in laboratories in Black Ops 3, 4, and 5, and then again when you got hit with that gas shit in Black Ops 6? But it gets even worse. And I'm going to bring it to an even dumber part. This is clearly a giant biological weapon, right? As you can see, because the gas is coming out of it. And what would Call of Duty be if you can't have a biological weapon, right? Because they don't want to use nukes, because nukes at this point, for whatever reason, aren't apparently scary to anybody whatsoever, probably because if you get a 25 kill streak you automatically get one, which again doesn't make any sense, but sure, we'll go with it. But here's the stupid part. How much would you like to bet that Raul Menendez painted the Urkistan flag on the fucking thing? Just like every other dumbass fucking antagonist has for the last 10 years. Specifically to trick everybody into thinking that if this goes off and when they find the shrapnel, it's Urkistan. Because they can't use Russia anymore. Guarantee it's going to be something stupid like that.
Killing the man is a hell of a lot easier than killing the idea.
Most recent COD campaigns were laughed at because their objectives were the same. Go after missiles. It became a joke in the community. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
You were never cut out to be a Mason.
No more games. This ends now.
Oh, not to mention also, and I keep forgetting this one very, very big part, right? This guy right here, his name is, it's either Milo or Milo, I can't remember, but either way, his last name is Ventimiglia. I can bring him up. There you go, that's him. So they probably spent a lot of money on him to not only do the modeling for the character, but also to do the voice acting, specifically because, honestly, it doesn't look like they have much else going for them. So they have to have Milo Ventimiglia in there, specifically because he used to be on Gilmore Girls. I'm not even kidding. I really, really wish I was. Yeah, Gilmore Girls. Yeah, was a TV show from 2000 to 2007, and he was also in Heroes from 2006 to 2010. So because he's a big star, right, and he's done a couple of other things like Grown Ups 2, Countdown, Racing, The Art of Racing in the Rain, This Is Us, and so on, right? That's My Boy, Land of Bad, Rocky Balboa, where he played Rocky's son, and so on. He's got some credit to his name. So he probably wasn't cheap. He was in Grown Ups too, yeah. So he probably wasn't all that cheap to get to do the acting and the mocap and the modeling and everything else, right? And because of that, they probably don't, if I'm being honest, like most other Call of Duty single-player campaigns, there probably isn't a whole hell of a lot in the way of plot, if I'm being honest. And the stuff that they do have in the way of plot, probably also isn't going to get answered. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that's a bad thing. Let's not forget that the BFF of the protagonist is literally Michael Rooker. Yep. So that's two people. And let me put it this way. I don't feel like Call of Duty or Battlefield have to have the best single-player campaigns in the world. I really, really, really don't. But I really do like it when any and all questions that are brought up as to what's going on are actually answered, instead of them just going, no, it's fine, don't worry about it, doesn't matter. Like Call of Duty does. To me, that just seems kind of shitty. Do you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't, doesn't seem good. Now, I gotta see this. I don't know who this is. IMD1. Okay, fair. But why is Black Ops 7 the biggest scam ever? I gotta see what he says. And we're after that, we're gonna switch over to Ace Attorney.
You ready for the biggest scam ever with Call of Duty Black Ops 7? Brand new features like wall jumping and that's all I got. It's that time of the year again. Call of Duty is releasing...
But wall of jumping isn't a brand new feature. It was in Black Ops 3. Or is this guy too young to remember Black Ops 3? I honestly don't know.
Their new scam, and everyone else is releasing a massive dump all over it. But this time with Black Ops 7, it somehow got even worse. Making the pre-order button the same as the quick join button is a little bit suspicious, don't you think? Either BO7 sales are failing and they're trying to scam us all because they're desperate, or the UI sucks, or both. And look at the views the trailers got on YouTube versus the COD Direct.
Yeah, 369,000 views for Black Ops 7 versus 40 million views for the official teaser. Ouch.
Is that not suspicious? The BO7 situation...
No, actually, it isn't. It isn't suspicious. I understand what he's saying, but... okay. Word to the wise for whoever this guy is. I don't know him from a hole in the wall. But you can't say, okay, well, here's 40 million views when it's easily one of the most talked about games of the year, and go, this is suspicious, they must be view botting, without having any sort of proof, and then going, well, I can use this as proof because there's only 369,000 views. Maybe the reason why it only has 369,000 views is because the trailer sucked dick and everybody lost faith in it and would rather go over to Battlefield.
YouTube versus the COD Direct. Is that not suspicious? The BO7 situation is so bad to the point COD fans are saying the trailer is basically a free ad for Battlefield 6. Man, that's brutal.
Okay, so again, he just proved my point. So all of those things that he just showed were comments where it basically just says exactly what he said. So, of course, you could see something going down from 40 million views to 369,000. 1,000,000% you could.
Why is this? What makes Black Ops 7 a scam? And ultimately, should you buy it? Well, no matter what mode you're buying for, it's time to answer those questions. Like and subscribe for Battlefield 6. Let me start by saying this. Black Ops 7 is basically Black Ops 6 Part 2. Does that sound familiar to you? It does? Well, that would make sense because it literally just happened 2 years ago. In 2023, Call of Duty announced their new premium game, Modern Warfare 3. What came out the year before that? Take a wild guess. Modern Warfare 2. You're starting to see a pattern here, right? Now, some may argue, what's wrong with putting out back-to-back games from the same series? To that I'd say, what's wrong with it? It's wrong because they're putting out fundamentally the same game with the same $70 price tag.
Okay, except nobody complained previously. And again, maybe this guy's a little bit too young, and maybe he missed it. But there was this massive controversy with the original Modern Warfare trilogy where literally they would take a map, turn it 90 degrees, change the colors, and call it a new map. And because they couldn't figure out, because everybody at Activision was too stupid to figure out how to make it run properly, they would give you two different fucking engines. One for single player, one for multiplayer. And the multiplayer engine was always dog shit. Always, always, always. So this isn't the first time that Activision is fucked up. Not even remotely close. But apparently, I'm the only one old enough to remember any of that. Oh yeah, hang on, let me do this, only because I don't know where it's going to take me. But, hang on. Let me see here. 2023. See, it's so fucking hard because now everything is like, oh, well, if you type in Modern Warfare 2, they bring you to the new one. So that everything gets buried from the original Modern Warfare 2 because it's like a mistake that they'd rather forget. There we go. 2009. Let me see. No. And of course, I can't find it now. I'd have to look a little bit more in depth. But yeah, that was the thing. Modern Warfare 2 and Modern Warfare 3, the original 2 and 3, right? Literally, it was just put the spawn point in a different area so that they're facing a different direction, turn the map 90 degrees, color everything a little bit different, and call it a new level. That's what they used to do.
For example, the biggest criticism of Modern Warfare 3 2023 was that it was a DLC expansion to Modern Warfare 2 2022, but it sold as a full game. In MW3, the campaign was simply a continuation of MW2's storyline, and it turned out to be the worst campaign in franchise history.
Okay, and that's all well and fine, and I get that, but that still doesn't mean that it's DLC. I'm still having trouble figuring out where he's getting this whole, or where anybody is getting this whole, well, MW3 is DLC for MW2. That's kind of the point. That's why they had 3 games, because they're a continuation of one another. That's why you have 1, 2, and 3, because they're, with the numbers, it's delineating that it is a continuation. Thing is, at one point in development, it was supposed to be DLC for MW2, so that's like sitting there and going, oh, well, I'm going to pay $30 for a DLC for RoboCop, even though the RoboCop DLC itself is a standalone thing, but I'm still going to call it DLC, even though it's just as long, if not longer, than the base game. It doesn't matter if it was going to originally be a DLC or not. The fact is, it's not. You know what I mean? So I don't doubt for one second that they originally were going to put it out as DLC, But then they decided, nah, let's expand upon it and justify the $70 price tag. And again, not something that Activision is unused to doing. They did that. They did exactly that with Modern Warfare 1, 2, and 3 originally.
It was made very clear that the story was rushed, with about a 3.5-hour runtime, also one of the shortest campaigns in COD history. The storyline was atrocious, depending mostly on reused assets, such as fan-favorite characters like Ghost, Soap, Captain Price, and even pulling out Makarov from their asses.
Wait. Ghost, Soap, Price? So, literally the people in the Black Ops and Modern Warfare worlds? You know, the main protagonists in basically every Black Ops and Modern Warfare game ever? Those guys? No. They wouldn't do that, would they? No.
But that's a whole other story. And then there's the generic plot about stopping missiles. MW2 2022, stop the missiles. MW3 2023, stop the missiles. You know what I'd like? I'd like to stop the developers from making another Call of Duty game. But guess what? We can't always have good things. But we can buy the Black Ops 7 Vault Edition for the lowly price of $100. Now let's...
Okay, and that's all well and fair. This is a valid criticism. However, I will say that this is just as much player and audience entitlement as it is developers in terms of whose fault this is. And the reason I say that is because if developers and publishers got the fucking message the first time that this kind of shit was unacceptable, then they wouldn't put it in. And the only way for them to see that this kind of shit is unacceptable and for them to change it is if people don't buy it. So it's just as much the player's fault as it is the publishers and the developers. 1,000,000%. Because they're going to keep putting out the stupid stuff so long as stupid people buy it. And that's not going to change.
The Black Ops 7 Vault Edition for the lowly price of $100. Now let's look at multiplayer. I do acknowledge that many players enjoyed MW3's multiplayer. The game's movement was faster than MW2, there was actually red dots on the minimap when firing, and Ninja Perk returned, meaning you didn't run around like an elephant alerting the entire enemy team. Man, the bar was low that year. Although there were positive changes in MW3 multiplayer, there was also this glaring reliance on reused assets, recycled content, from the new and old MW2.
Wow! Holy shit! He was actually able to find it. Amazing!
For instance, MW3 used the same engine as MW2, so the graphics looked identical.
Oh. Wait, that's a bad thing? Dear God.
I used to appreciate going from Infinity Ward graphics to Treyarch graphics. It made the experience of transitioning from the original Modern Warfare 2 to Black Ops 1 unique, because they felt like two completely different games. You could even say the same about going from Black Ops 1 to Black Ops 2.
Okay, but again, what he doesn't, and this is where I think he's getting confused, what he doesn't realize, and I didn't realize up until today, is that Call of Duty Black Ops and Modern Warfare were two separate entities up until, I want to say Black Ops 5, or Black Ops Cold War, I think is what it was called, right? They were two separate entities up until Black Ops Cold War. And then, after the not-so-stellar installments, such as Advanced? I think it's Advanced, and they also had Infinite Warfare, right? They decided, okay, well, we're going to reboot Modern Warfare, but instead of making it its own separate thing, Modern Warfare is actually basically what's happening in the Black Ops world years after. So now you're just going back and forth in the same universe. That's all you're doing. So that makes complete sense as to why the art style is damn near the same, because you're in the same exact world, and it's the same engine.
Although they were both from the same series, each game looked and played different. We even had this experience in recent years, going from Modern Warfare...
And they had their separate engines until Vanguard. Any game after that is the same engine. Yeah.
For 2019 to Black Ops Cold War, which looked like and felt like two completely different games. We don't get that anymore. But we do get Black Ops 7 by the Vault.
Again, he's not wrong, but he's also missing that this isn't just because they're being greedy. It's because people are also being stupid. This whole thing is just as much player and audience entitlement and Activision taking advantage of it. As long as stupid people keep buying stupid things, these will always be around. Because the moment everybody stops buying all these stupid things is the moment Activision says, maybe we should not do that anymore because it's just pissing away money.
Edition for the lowly price of $100. Okay, I'll stop. But it wasn't only the graphics. How about the fact that every single map on launch was a remaster of the OG MW2? It was a huge selling point for MW3, you know, other than Estate, Derail, and Wasteland, those maps. So yeah, maybe it was a positive to experience some of those maps again, like Terminal, Favela, Scrapyard, High Rise, Afghan, and Rust, but it signified yet again a lack of creativity. And then
whoa, hang on. Let me go back on that one.
The Vault Edition for the lowly price of $100. Okay, I'll stop. But it wasn't only the graphics. How about the fact that every single map on launch was a remaster of the OG MW2? It was a huge selling point for MW3.
Okay, which is all well and fine. So MW3 has remastered levels for MW2. Again, totally fine. And especially for Rust, and I know Rust very, very, very well, I would expect to see that come back, considering it was literally one of the most popular for the original MW3.
You know, other than Estate, Derail, and Wasteland, those maps. So yeah, maybe it was a positive to experience some of those maps again, like Terminal, Favela, Scrapyard, High Rise, Afghan, and Rust, but it signified yet again a lack of creativity.
Okay. Lack of creativity, I can completely understand where he's coming from, but please show me anywhere in the last 15 years where Activision has had any creativity. Show me on the doll where they had any creativity, please.
And then there was the controversial carryover feature. Weapons, skins, even some maps eventually, all carried over from MW2 to MW3. Call of Duty was relying on all this recycled content to carry, no pun intended, its game development. It did not help accusations that the game was a DLC scam, and it proved further that the developers were in a creativity drought.
Okay, creativity drought, totally fair. DLC scam, still absolutely not even remotely close to being proven. Granted, we're only 4 minutes in, but it's still nowhere close to being proven. And here's why. Because, at best, that's circumstantial. Now, I will say that there is an argument to be made that if they're crapping out one of these a year, right, there's absolutely going to be asset flips. Hell, how many years was it between Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring and we still had asset flips? Asset flips aren't a bad thing, right? There's nothing wrong with an asset flip inherently. It's how the asset flip is used. That's the big thing. So if he said, well, it's because there's asset flips and this, that, and the other thing, and there's going to be more maps from MW2 coming over and so on, sure, an argument could be made that they're just absolutely doing an asset flip and charging you like 30 or 40 bucks for it, but that doesn't mean that the entire thing that was originally supposed to be a DLC wasn't blown up into something else, and you have a bunch of people who can't write themselves out of a piss-soaked paper bag because they're in fear of being fired by Activision Blizzard, have to come up with some sort of idea in order to make more money for a shit product, so they blew it up to the point where it was big enough to justify a third game, which is typically how they work.
But you get the point. Putting out back-to-back games from the same series signifies a lack of creativity. It's this constant
No, it doesn't. It doesn't signify a lack of creativity. Not at all. Does that mean the way that he is wording this, does that mean that putting out The Last of Us Part 2 was due to lack of creativity because it came out after the Last of Us Part 1? Does that mean that that MGS4 came out because of a lack of creativity or came out after MGS3 and that denotes a lack of creativity, does that mean that Black Ops 2 and Black Ops 3 in their original release dates, that Black Ops 3 has a lack of creativity because it came out after Black Ops 2? You see how like general of a picture he's trying to paint and trying to like narrate it a certain way? That's I don't buy it.
Reliance on what was done in the past and using that to make it easier for the developers today. I mean, it's in the name itself, Modern Warfare. They just can't move on. And I'm getting the same feeling going from Black Ops 6 to Black Ops 7.
Well, of course they can't move on, and they can't move on specifically because they rebooted the franchise. They rebooted Modern Warfare for modern audiences. And if you're going to reboot the trilogy, you have to reboot and make the entire trilogy regardless of what the changes are. And I don't think anybody really had a problem with Modern Warfare 1, 2, and 3 reboots, aside from the fact that there were some very key things that they changed that they really shouldn't have. So, I don't know, maybe this argument is just going way over my head, but to me, I haven't seen anything that, or heard anything so far that is telling me that this is a scam, other than the fact that it's a Call of Duty.
Comment if you agree. Again, the graphics will be identical between the two games. Gone are the days of going from
It's been a year.
World at War to Black Ops 1 to Black Ops 2 and experiencing different art styles. Nowadays, the only times COD players get different art styles is when cartoony skins like Beavis and Butthead or American Dad are added. Remastered BO2 maps will also be coming.
So, and not to mention, I understand his point when it comes to all the stupid cartoon characters and everything like that. But again, that is player entitlement just as much. They wouldn't put them out if stupid people stopped buying them.
Hijacked will be returning for the 24th time, Raid for the 14th, and Express for the 3rd. Hijacked and Raid makes sense because they were actually fan favorites in Black Ops 2, but Express feels random. But not so random when you realize why Treyarch really chose to bring it back again. I want you to think back to the BO2 days. Did you ever catch yourself saying, "Man, I can't wait to play Express today"? No, of course not. That's not to say it was a bad map, it just wasn't in the top tier BO2 maps, and that's fine. So you want to know the real reason Treyarch is bringing it back? It's because it's easier for them. Express was last remastered in Black Ops Cold War, so the developers already have the latest assets. It requires less work, and it's one of those maps that has some familiarity to both old and new players, but not to the point.
And there is some truth to that. I'll agree with that, absolutely. It is a hell of a lot easier, especially if they're up against a time crunch like they are, because yet again, thanks to player and fan entitlement, they have to crank a new one out every single year, and then we have this same exact conversation a year from now when people are bitching because Black Ops 8 sucks dick. But the problem is that no one does anything to stop it. Like, I don't know, not buy it?
When in Nuketown, which, by the way, will more than likely be returning for the 7th time. But it's not only the graphics and maps that are recycled. Now it's time to discuss the elephant in the room. Not that elephant. As I was saying, it's time to discuss the elephant in the room. Okay, what I'm really talking about is 2 words. And there goes the door. 2 words. Carryover. Is it 2 words, or is it just 1 word, or just carryover with a hyphen? Actually, I just realized post-edit that it's called carry forward. Whatever, I don't give a f. But here's the dark truth behind the carryover in Black Ops 7. It's not what you think, which is basically the entire plotline to the campaign, but we'll get into that later. But here's what you need to know. There's 2 parts to the carryover feature in Black Ops 7. The part Call of Duty wants you to know about, and the part Call of Duty is hiding from you.
Oh boy.
Before we get into each part, let's talk about how the carryover feature works back in Modern Warfare 3 2023.
Okay, let's see. I'm actually kind of interested in this part. I want to see what he's talking about in terms of carry forward.
That was only 2 years ago, feels like ages. Back on MW3, the carryover feature was seen by COD fans as a positive. Why? Because it was pro-consumer, which was surprising coming from Activision.
When was it pro-consumer?
Players were able to use all MW2 weapons and camos in MW3. So if you had proudly earned the mastery camos in MW2, you were still able to use them in MW3 on your MW2 weapons.
Okay,
Most
fair.
Importantly, all MW2 cosmetics carried over. meaning all the skins and weapon variants players purchased in MW2 were able to be used in MW3 as well.
Okay.
So you bet your ass in MW3, Nicki Minaj was still slide canceling and bunny hopping around with those massive weapons.
God damn it.
Look, I'm not saying I'm in favor of ridiculous skins like Nicki Minaj or Beavis and Butthead being in Call of Duty. What I am saying is players were in favor of skins carrying over. Why? Well, one of the biggest criticisms of COD in recent years is that if you purchased any cosmetics, whether it be a skin or weapon tracer pack, you could only use it for 1 year in multiplayer, since most players move on to the next AI slot, game. So when players heard their MW2 skins were carrying over to MW3, they were happy. And to be honest, why wouldn't you be? Even I can sit here, as much as I hate the sight of these skins, so you'd be shocked to hear. Players are happy that Black Ops 6 skins are not carrying over to Black Ops 7. Yeah, I can't figure out this community either. Look, I get it. Many COD players don't want to see Beavis and Butthead or American Dad an extra year, and I don't either. But here's what a lot of players don't get. Whether these skins carry over or not, there will still be goofy skins in Black Ops 7. But wait, didn't Call of Duty say there will be no more goofy skins in Black Ops 7? Is Activision finally listening to the community? Well, yes and no. Actually, it's just no, they're not listening. Are people actually that gullible? But as promised,
yes, people are absolutely that gullible. That's why you have idiots like fucking FaZe Swag basically trying to tell us that Battlefield would be so much better if it was Call of Duty.
Long list of what Call of Duty wants you to know is carrying over from BO6 to BO7. Number 1, double XP tokens. Literally, we earn 100 of these after playing within the first week, so I don't know why this is worthy of announcing. Number 2, Gobblegums, which I guess is cool for zombies players, but again, you can stack these up quick. And number 3, well, there is no number 3, that's literally it. And according to Activision, double XP tokens and Gobblegums are carrying forward because why? Because we recognize your time and progression are important.
They haven't recognized that time and progression are important since they brought in the prestige system. They haven't. When the prestige system came in was when they stopped caring about your time and progression. Right? Because if they did, they would have put it up to, say, level 100. And that would have been progression, just like it was back in the day with the previous Battlefield games, right? Even though there were a lot of problems from Battlefield 4 all the way up through 2042, at least they had that progression that took quite a while because they wanted to make it feel like an achievement, not I'm going to spend 2 days binging Call of Duty so that I can get up to Prestige 5. Just so that I can turn around and do it all over again.
You sit on a throne of lies.
Look, I'm not kidding. You're a fake. I'm a fake?
Yes.
That is a flat out lie. If Call of Duty really cared about our time and progression, they wouldn't have double XP tokens burn in real time. What I mean by that is when you use your double XP token, time expires on it whether you're creating a class, buying a bundle, or actively playing the game. So in order to maximize its benefit, you basically are forced to glue yourself to the screen until it runs out. It's more like psychological torture, which Treyarch seems to be infatuated with. Real quick guys, if you're enjoying the video so far, be sure to hit that like button and feel free to subscribe if you haven't yet. Thank you. Let's get back into it. So yeah, we've discussed what Call of Duty wants you to know is carrying forward to Black Ops 7, but now it's time to talk about the top 5.
Funny enough, this COD and the last new COD had the prestige system added because of player wanting the system back. Yeah, because COD players are stupid. That's my point, right? Activision doesn't care about your time or your progression because it's a hell of a lot easier for them to just go, well, how about we just let them do it over and over and over again 12 times before they finally hit it, and we give them a tiny little extra happy face on the fucking rank that means absolute dog shit to anybody, right? Versus actually just putting it up to level 100 and making sure that there were enough, there was enough of an XP that you needed to gain that would last more than 1 or 2 rounds to the point where leveling up actually meant something. Prestige is stupid. It's absolutely stupid. If they cared, they'd just be like, okay, here, look. Here's your rank up. Make a little thing for each fucking rank. Don't just put a stupid little extra star. Of course. Absolutely. Of course they did. Because the only reason why people want it is because they can go, oh, well, bro, you're only level 35. What the fuck? And somebody can turn around and go, nah, fuckface, I'm prestige 7 level 35. As if that means anything. It's an instant gratification thing that Activision uses to fuck with your head so it makes you feel like you're better than somebody else. That's it. That's all it is. That is absolutely not pro-consumer. Not even remotely.
5 features they're hiding from you. Starting with number 1, skill-based and engagement-optimized matchmaking. If you thought for a second COD was listening to their players, think again. What has been COD players' biggest complaint for years now? The garbage matchmaking systems that will make Black Ops 7 rigged. BO7 is still gonna treat you like optic scum when you win one match and go positive.
They are better at wasting time. Right, which means that Activision was flat out lying. Because they said that they respected your time and progression. So if all they're doing is making you waste more time, then obviously they don't care all that much about your time, do they?
With brain-dead teammates who just came from Minecraft and enemies who just came from a CDL Pro $100,000 tournament. It's still gonna spawn you into consecutive deaths after going on a 10-kill streak. And I hate to tell you, it's still gonna fall on deaf ears. And most players are still gonna buy it, damn it. Number 2, goofy.
Yeah, you know why he says damn it? Because he's also in a position where he has to buy it. So unless he does something really, really drastic and wants to miss out on the possible hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views, and the money that comes from that, plus the potential sponsors that come from that, he's going to have to buy it.
Skins. Let's circle back to the lie that Black Ops 7 will not have goofy skins. It's the biggest reason players love that skins will not be carrying forward from BO6 to BO7. But what if I told you Call of Duty never actually said this? What if the COD community is just playing a big game of telephone right now? Well, to clear things up, let's take a look at what Call of Duty actually said.
Okay. We know there's been a lot of conversation recently about the identity of Call of Duty. Some of you have said we've drifted from what made Call of Duty unique in the first place, immersive, intense, visceral, and in many ways grounded. That feedback hits home and we take it seriously. We hear you. How many times have I heard? We hear you. Oh, that's right. We got it from Black Ops. We got it from Battlefield 3, Battlefield 4, Battlefield 1, Battlefield 5, Battlefield 2042. We got it from Jedi Survivor. We got it from Cyberpunk. We got it from, I mean, right now I'm up to 7 games in the last, 15 years? Right? Not to mention all the other games that bombed so fucking hard, they didn't even have time to sit there and actually fix anything because they just fired everybody. Like, for instance, Forspoken, or all the shit show that has been Redfall. This is just a standard company thing now. We hear you. Doesn't mean they're actually going to do anything.
You know, there's been a lot of conversation recently about the identity of Call of Duty. Some of you have said we've drifted from what made Call of Duty unique in the first place. Immersive, intense, visceral, and in many ways, grounded. That feedback hits home, and we take it seriously. We hear you. Okay, so they're not technically lying here. COD is just simply acknowledging its identity crisis. But they left one part out after we hear you. We don't give a shit. Black Ops 7 needs to feel authentic to Call of Duty and its setting. That is why Black Ops 6 operator skins and weapon content will not carry forward to Black Ops 7. Okay, so again, lots of word salad here. When it comes to what feels authentic to Call of Duty and its setting in 2025, what does that even mean at this point?
You want to know what it means? I can tell you exactly what it means. It means that when this comes out, you're going to have people like FaceSwag and Tim the Tapman and Dr. Disrespect and a bunch of other people, Nick Merckx, and like all of these other people who are just going to be going, yeah, baby, yeah, fucking Call of Duty's back, baby, right? And then just being able to do snapshots and shit like that, and then just, you know, blaming everybody for their own deficits when, for whatever reason, they're having an off day, and calling everybody a hack and a cheater and full of shit, and the game sucks ass. That's what's authentic in 2025.
For over 20 years, the franchise has gone from the World War II era, to a modern era, to a futuristic jetpack era, all the way to a Ninja Turtle era. And here we are back to the future in 2035 this time, jumping off walls like a kangaroo on crack. So what feels authentic? Seems to me these days, it means trying to forget the last COD existed, and that's exactly what they mean by making Black Ops 7 feeling authentic to Call of Duty. In other words, the developers are basically saying, yeah, you guys are gonna hate this game too. We're not telling you we're fixing the problem, we're just saying we hear you, but we honestly don't give a f. In Black Ops 7, bundles and items will be crafted to fit the Black Ops identity. We hear the feedback. We need to deliver a better balance toward the immersive, core Call of Duty experience. Okay, so again, what in the hell is the Black Ops identity anymore? Black Ops 1, set in the 1960s. Black Ops 2, 2025, near futuristic. Black Ops 3, 2065 with jetpacks. Black Ops 4, 2040s with specialists. Black Ops Cold War, 1980s with skins like Rambo and John McClane. Black Ops 6, 1990s with Beavis and Butthead and American Dad. And here comes Black Ops 7, set in 2035 with wall jumping.
And again, wall jumping is nothing new. We've already been through this. The wall jumping was also in Black Ops 3. Maybe not to the same extent, but it was already there. So that's a reused feature. But again, he's also missing out the fact that if you play Modern Warfare, the reboots, those reboots are taking place at different time frames that Black Ops doesn't cover. So it's actually taking care of two different sets of protagonists within the same world. Modern Warfare and Black Ops take place in the same fucking universe now. Compared to what used to happen, which was that Black Ops and Modern Warfare were two separate entities done by two completely different companies that actually cared about their vision for Call of Duty. That's not the case anymore. It's all under one giant ass umbrella. So Modern Warfare and Call of Duty are now in the same universe. That's the entire point. That's why there are people that are referred to in Black Ops 6 after Modern Warfare 2 came out. And they did that specifically to show you it's in the same universe. So that's what it is. It's just another part in the same story.
Think of it this way. If there were goofy skins in Black Ops 6, a game that was supposed to be true to the 90s military theme, why wouldn't they add more goofy skins to this game? They have even more of an excuse this time. And it goes back to the true reason why Call of Duty denied carry forward in BO7. They know most players are going to move over to the new game each year, so that encourages players to buy new skins that they like in the new game. And don't forget, at the start of Black Ops 6, Treyarch really didn't add many goofy, immersion-breaking skins to the game for about a month, but eventually they did. So don't be surprised when they try pulling the same stunt in Black Ops 7. I mean, just look at the skins they're promoting if you pre-order.
Okay, but again, he's kind of also missing the point. It's not exactly a Treyarch decision. That's an Activision Blizzard decision, right? Because they can make the game, but they don't own the IP. Activision owns the IP. And if Activision owns the IP, they're the ones who dictate what will and will not be in a thing. They are the final say. Unfortunately, the developers have to sit there and go, well, I mean, you're writing my fucking paycheck, so I don't have much of a choice here. And when Activision realized that they could capitalize on all the goofy shit, that's when they had the developers go back and add all that stuff in.
Ghost of Christmas Past, a mannequin with a portal in his chest, which is now a zombie, yeah, we'll get into that later, and a robot. If this doesn't serve as an early warning, I don't know what will. But let's circle back to the Black Ops identity COD is claiming to aim for in BO7. If Treyarch truly is aiming for that, the developers all should take a look back on Black Ops 2. It's a very similar situation where a Black Ops game is set in the near future. Black Ops 2 was released in 2012 and set in 2025. Black Ops 7 released in 2025 and is set in 2035. In Black Ops 2, it may have been futuristic with advanced technology, but it was still boots on ground with the classic movement system, and the operator skins still kept a serious military theme, and that's exactly what Black Ops 7 should stay true to. Number 3. Omni Movement Evolved. If you hated the movement in Black Ops 6, I have great news for you. I actually don't. You're gonna hate Black Ops 7. So not only is Omni movement returning, but it's getting worse in two major ways. First, there's wall jumping. It's the biggest gimmick of this game, and will serve no purpose other than to annoy the hell out of you and to place random bottomless pits around the map so some dorks can have fun boosting off the wall.
Yeah, but we already know that most people who play Call of Duty don't even give a shit about the wall jumping because their favorite streamers don't care about the wall jumping. Nick Merckx doesn't do it. Tim the Tatman doesn't do it, from as far as I know. Face Swag, I don't even know what he does, but chances are he's more in it for the kills and for farming clips, because that's what he said, than anything else. So chances are the wall jumping really isn't going to appeal to him. And that's not even taking into account the myriad of other big streamers that do exactly the same thing that those three and Dr. Disrespect do. So it's a gimmick. Yeah, it's absolutely a gimmick. It's an old gimmick. They had it in Black Ops 3.
Oh, but it gets worse. Players will be able to boost off the wall 3 consecutive times, like we're playing ping pong. Like, what are we doing? So there's not only wall jumping and ping ponging, but brace yourselves for this one. Movement is getting even faster. According to the COD developers, tactical sprint can only be used if you earn a perk, which is like, why even add it at that point? As a result, the base movement speed is getting cranked up. And I don't know about you guys, but the Black Ops 6 movement was so fast, it made me sick to my stomach. How that can possibly get worse, leave it to Call of Duty. Number 4, bad maps. Bad maps will also be carrying over to Black Ops 7. I mean, just look at the early gameplay footage. They claim the maps are going to be bigger for more breathing room. In other words, they're going to blow. You can already tell there's going to be a million sightlines and the maps will generally have no flow like in BO6. Just somehow even worse this time. I know the COD suckers are saying right now, well, you haven't even played it yet, why give it a chance? Listen, we've been giving these clowns a chance for over a decade now. There hasn't been an overall good map.
That's it? Over a decade? Bro. Never mind. He does understand that literally the first Call of Duty came out in 2003. And that Call of Duty 2, and Call of Duty 3 all literally had the same starting mission. And in fact, most of the starter missions in all 3 of them were so similar that it didn't actually matter which one you picked up in Walmart, aside from how much you decided you wanted to pay for it, because it was that bad.
Pool since Black Ops 2 in 2012, and I stand by that. And how about we look back at just 1 year ago? Black Ops 6 has some of the worst maps ever, and they were heavily criticized by the community from the beginning. The reality is, Nuketown 2035, or whatever it's going to be called, and the small face-off maps will carry in this game. And by carry, I mean carry the game to an all-time low player count. You know, Treyarch may even carry over Stakeout from BO6 as well. They're going to need all the camo grinding simulators they can get if they want to keep players on this game, even for a little while. So yeah, aside from the BO2 remasters, this map pool has no hope. Number 5, cheaters. Cheating is unfortunately a controversial issue that will never go away in COD. What makes matters even worse is players move.
It's not a controversial issue. It's actually it's a pretty open and shut case. Cheaters are bad. The end. That's it. I mean, that really is the whole take. Cheaters are bad. And if you think otherwise, it's probably because you're cheating.
So damn fast now that it's hard to distinguish between a cheating loser or just a sweaty loser. It's almost like the developers are designing the game to make it easier for cheaters to get away with it. There's just so many questionable things that happen while playing COD, it gets to the point where you give up even trying to figure it out anymore. Does he have aimbot? Or did the game just teleport me back 10 feet so we could get the kill? I don't know. I don't know anymore. But yeah, those were the top 5 features Call of Duty is hiding from you in Black Ops 7. Now, can we talk about the insane nostalgia baiting? Did you catch this quote from Treyarch? If you're a fan of Black Ops 2 back in the day, especially if you're a fan of Black Ops 2 competitive, you're gonna have a good time in Black Ops 7. That is a straight up lie. That's like saying if you liked Black Ops 1, you'll like Black Ops 6. Just because one game takes place after the older game doesn't mean we're gonna enjoy it. It's just a pathetic attempt at pulling the heartstrings of old school Black Ops 2 fans. They're using the legacy of its name and its classic maps and weapons because Black Ops 7 has nothing to stand on by itself. And then there's the recycling of fan favorite characters. Of course, there's a return of David Mason, the main character from BO2, which will certainly invoke feelings of nostalgia in old school players who want to see how his story continues. Although not as iconic, even Harper is returning from BO2, who provided humor and was thought of as the best sidekick to David Mason. Treyarch is basically saying, when all else fails, bring back something from the past and sell it to the COD.
But again, it's not Treyarch. It's Activision. Maybe there's a dissonance, and maybe I'm just too old to understand it, but the copyright holder is the one who makes sure that the contract stays with developers like Treyarch or Infinity Ward, right? And if that's the case, whether it be because they own Treyarch or they own Infinity Ward or because they had really good business with them in the past or whatever, they keep those with the understanding that Treyarch delivers more of what they want while keeping everything that worked the best in the past to make them money. And considering Treyarch needs the contract in order to just as a business keep afloat, it would make sense. So it's not Treyarch just going, oh, we'll keep recycling, we'll keep paying. If all they have is 9 months, they better come up with something.
Suckers. And then you have the Black Ops 7 villain, who is a familiar name, Raul Menendez. Now this one is laughable and confusing because Menendez dies in Black Ops 2 according to its canonical ending. So it's just like, okay, now he's back too? It reminds me of when Infinity Ward decided to just bring back Graves in Modern Warfare 3, even though he 100% got blown up in a tank in Modern Warfare 2. So when he shows up...
Okay, but again, no body equals no kill. And I know this because I've seen this part where they're all trying to figure out how he blew up in that tank and he's still alive, and he goes, well, that's because I wasn't in the tank.
In MW3 is just like, okay, yeah, what the however, Treyarch bringing back Menendez in Black Ops 7 is even dumber. So because BO7's campaign makes no sense, the developers see that as justification. It's a way for them to excuse themselves of coming up with a creative idea so they can bring back a random past character from the dead and say, hey, his life force has somehow been continued through some AI or something stupid like that. And then you have the weirdest one, Reznov. We don't know if he'll actually be in the campaign, but you can earn 3 of his skins by pre-ordering Black Ops 7, one of them being the Ghost of Christmas Past. Staying true to that Black Ops identity, I see. And oh yeah, let's just throw Woods in the trailer. He may not even be in Black Ops 7 at all, but hey, it's fan service, so f*** it I guess. Most of all, how about the nostalgia bait that's hidden in plain sight? The name, Black Ops 7. Call of Duty refuses to move on from the Black Ops name. The name grabs too many fans by the nads, and it does not let go until they cough up that pre-order. While I am sick and tired of Call of Duty rehashing games from the same series, I would encourage and challenge the developers to think of something new and enjoyable.
Hang on. I have an answer for this, and it's really, really good. If you really, really, really want people to be taken seriously, and you want them to try and venture out on something else that's going to keep the overall franchise IP going, and another one after another one after another one of the same thing comes out, stop buying the fucking things. That's the only way it's going to change.
Not Vanguard, like the original developers had to do. You know, the developers you're still riding the coattails of over 10 years later because you can't think of anything creative.
But they couldn't think of anything creative either. That's why you had maps that were quite literally rotated 90 degrees and had different colors put on them. Sometimes you'd be lucky enough to see even a corrugated roof versus something like a tiled roof but done with very, very minimal effort, and then they just call it something new. So, yeah, of course they're going to ride their coattails. 100%. Because they were doing it over a decade ago, and it worked then. If people are too stupid to see it and don't stop buying the games, why would they not do that?
But that's enough talk of nostalgia baiting. For all you zombies fans out there, let's talk about Black Ops 7 Zombies and why it's looking boring. Yeah, no, it's basically Black Ops 6 Zombies Year 2. I don't really know what else to say other than there's a bear and, yeah. But I don't know what to tell you. If you like Black Ops 6 Zombies, you'll like Black Ops 7 Zombies. Same thing. As for the campaign, I don't even know if I'll make it out with the brain cell to spare. Much like Black Ops 6, Treyarch is continuing their trend and fetish for psychological warfare. In BO6, it got a little bit too cheesy at times with the zombies, and especially fighting the boss zombies. Like, am I having an acid trip at this point? Or is the entire...
That's quite literally what it's supposed to be. You're supposed to be hallucinating. Yes. Him sitting there and going, oh my god, am I having an acid trip at this point? Yes, that's the entire purpose. You were gassed. And now you are hallucinating. That is the entire point.
Campaign and ad for Zombies mode. It kind of reminded me of MW3's campaign, where the missions felt like an ad for Battle Royale Warzone. I mean, it was literally an open world campaign where you played up and loot items on parts of a Warzone map. Now, I'm not saying the Black Ops 7 campaign is going to be an ad for another mode like Zombies. My point is, I'm more concerned with this evolution of the psychological acid trip theme. Just listen to some of these quotes from the developers. You're definitely going to see some of the most trippy shit you have ever seen in a Call of Duty campaign. You're going to travel to places in reality in the game, but also in your mind. You can go to Nicaragua, you can go to LA, all within the span of seconds, because there's no limitations on what this mindscape can bring. They are flat out telling us this campaign is going to make no sense, but they're warping that fact into a selling point. It's like, yeah guys, this campaign's going to make no sense, but that's cool. What Call of Duty doesn't realize is that players are going to be on Black Ops 7, and then they're going to be on Battlefield 6. All
no, they're
within
not.
A span of seconds, because there's no limitations on what this mindscape can bring.
No, they're not. And again, we've already been through why, and that's because Battlefield 6 is changing a lot of things between beta and launch. So even if they do come back, it's only going to be for one day, and then they're going to, or 2 days. The first one is going to be them trying to get used to Battlefield now that they have all the changes in the Game 1 patch, and then turn around and you'll have people like FaZe Swag who go, no, this is absolute dog shit and it sucks, but fuck it, I'm going to try the BR anyway. And then when the BR comes out, they're going to spend another day talking about the BR and how maybe it feels good or maybe it feels bad. Truth is, right now, we just don't know. But they're going to either sing its praises or they're going to shit all over it. But as soon as all of that drops off, they're going to go right back to COD. Why? Because masochism is a thing. And none of these people can sit there and take the risk, who are content creators or live streamers that are known for and notorious for playing nothing but some form of Call of Duty. Those content creators, if something isn't one-for-one Call of Duty, they cannot take the risk to venture over to something else. Otherwise, they lose thousands of dollars. So whether they like it or not, they are stuck with it.
The depletion of your player count. From bringing back old characters with no explanation to experiencing acid trip missions, I have a bad feeling this campaign may be even worse than Modern Warfare 3. Hopefully there's some good action and strong enough lore, but yeah, we're screwed, aren't we? But now that we've covered each mode, let's talk about this, and it's pretty revealing. They also went back to revise the skins they're selling in the BO7 Vault Edition for players who pre-order. They're also discussing the end of disbanding lobbies in multiplayer. While many players view these last-second adjustments as a positive, like Call of Duty cares about player feedback, which is a lie, I believe these have exposed and confirmed two big secrets. One, Black Ops 7 is 100% in shambles. It doesn't appear to be selling very well, and the pressure from Battlefield 6 is creeping in. Otherwise, there's no way they would have pivoted on anything, at least until after the beta from player feedback.
That's not
But
true.
The fact that these adjustments have come at the last second before the game releases hints at a level of desperation we have never seen before. And that goes into number 2. For years, we've heard that the 3,000 developers need more time. Changes can't come quick because it's complicated. Really? Well, this proves otherwise. After all those complaints like removing skill-based matchmaking and having a toggle off option on the goofy skins, Call of Duty just proved to everyone that they can do it. They're simply choosing not to because it won't make them more money. But let us all know in the comments, do you think
So everything that I said in terms of it being because of money is true then, and doesn't really prove the point that it's a scam? I'm not entirely sure where he's getting scam from. This isn't a scam, right? Like if I do this, right? A dishonest scheme to gain money or possessions from someone fraudulently, especially a complex or prolonged one. It turned out that the investment opportunity was part of an elaborate and sophisticated scam. Use depiction to gain money or possessions from someone, fraudulently swindle or defraud. Nobody is swindling anybody because they promised you Black Ops 7 and that's what you got. You got Black Ops 7. You may not like it, but the product is there. A scam is when they go, here's Black Ops 7, and it's literally Black Ops 6 with everything turned 90 degrees. That's a scam. This is a money grab. That's the difference. They're not scamming you out of money because they are delivering on their word, which was to deliver a product and a sequel. Whether or not the sequel is good is inconsequential because they have your money. And that's the point. They delivered and they made good on their promise to deliver. It doesn't matter whether you like it or not. That's not a scam. That's just you being too dumb. People really need to learn what the definition of shit is. They really do. And I'm not like just calling this guy out. Everybody says this. Oh, well, things are a scam. This is a total scam. No, it isn't. They promised you they were going to give you Call of Duty Black Ops 7. They gave you Call of Duty Black Ops 7. If it's bad, that just means that it's a bad product. It doesn't mean that it's a scam. Another perfect example of a scam would be like if Activision said, we're giving you Call of Duty Black Ops 7, and then you buy Call of Duty Black Ops 7 and come to find out they didn't care enough to even change the title card and it still says Call of Duty Black Ops 6 and it's the same exact thing. All the characters, all the levels, all the weapons, all the perks, all the skins, all of it. That's a scam. This is a money grab. You see the difference? When somebody lies about what they're going to give you, or they don't even give you anything, then that's absolutely a scam. If somebody gives you something that's shit, that usually means it's a money grab, and they'll make up excuses as to why it's not a money grab, but it doesn't mean it's a scam. So, I mean, I don't know. I get
7 is a scam or not.
I get where he's coming from, but at the same time, I think there's a lot of things that he's talking about that are subjective. For instance, I completely understand and I agree with him that all the stupid skins and everything like that, like Nicki Minaj running around with an M4 and blasting people and shit, yeah, that's stupid to have in Black Ops 6. I completely agree. It was stupid to have in the previous Black Ops, right? That's all well and fine. And overwhelmingly people were excited that they wouldn't have to deal with watching Nicki Minaj jump around with her giant ass fucking bazongas anymore. Okay, cool. But they didn't promise you that they were going to give you a really good Black Ops sequel. They just promised you that they were going to give you a Black Ops sequel. That was it. Right? And even this. Initial confirmation comms. Welcome to 2035. Prepare for the most mind-bending Black Ops ever. Okay, well, I mean, if you don't like the psychological warfare aspect, then maybe you shouldn't buy it. Might just be me, but when did this come out? This came out 1 day ago, and it's got 90,000 views. That's not bad. This came out a day ago, and it's got 90,000 views. And he's just over 25,000 subscribers, right? So, generally speaking, that's not a terrible number. 89,000 views in a day. That's not a terrible number for somebody his size, and I'm not like shitting on him for his size or anything like that, but generally speaking, that's a pretty decent number, right? Now imagine if he had 4 million subscribers and he was getting anywhere between, say, 700,000 to 1.3 million views on this video, and constantly was getting those numbers with every Call of Duty video that he made, he'd stand to lose a substantial amount of money if he switched over to Black Ops 6, wouldn't he? Which is exactly why you have people like Tim the Tatman clapping like an idiot at the trailer, and his entire chat going, L Take, L Activision, L Black Ops, L COD. And he's sitting there and he's trying to, say otherwise, and then he finally wisens up and he goes, "Are you guys? What are you guys saying? We're cooked? Is that what you're telling me, chat?" And everybody is unanimously going yes. It's because he do I think Tim the Tatman is absolutely going to turn around and try to play the BR for BF6 when it comes out? Yeah, I'm sure he will. Absolutely. But at the same time, he stands to lose quite a bit of money if he stops playing Call of Duty altogether. Quite a bit of money. So it's a financial risk. But again, Activision never promised you a good game. They just promised you a game. I just know that I need Battlefield 6 now. I hear ya, and here's the good part. Today is the 6th. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 days. Actually, it's more like 3.5. We got 3.5 days before it launches. No, I hear you. I really want to get in and play BF6. I totally hear you. But it's only 4 days. It's only 3.5 days away. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. You'll be okay. Trust me, you're not the only one. We're all sitting here waiting with bated breath and biting our nails, waiting for the release. We are all doing that. Every single one of us who really, really, really wants to play it. They're edging us? No, they're not edging. They already told us when it was coming out. It's just now it's one of those days. This is like when you were a kid, right? And you were waiting for Christmas. And you're in school. And up until the last week before Christmas, or the week of Christmas, I should say, up until the week of Christmas, you were just like, whatever, it's any normal day, it's no big deal, or whatever. And then, you're 2 days away, or 3, or maybe even 4 days away from, an extra long vacation from school, because you also have New Year's. And New Year's is literally 7 days, not even, well, yeah, it's 6, maybe 7 days from Christmas. So it doesn't make any sense to bring people back in to give them an early weekend. So instead they just say, well, fuck it. I mean, you know, here's a week off. Right? It's the same thing. So once you get down to those like final few days before you get that like week-long vacation or like anything like that, you're sitting there and time slows down and you said, fuck, man, today really is dragging, and oh God, this is really boring, and fuck, I hate lunch because the food here sucks, or God damn it, I'm so bored, all I could do is just sleep, or maybe I could have my mom call me out of school tomorrow because, you know, maybe I can just tell her I don't feel good, or, you know, I could make up some story or whatever, and then maybe I could be out for a couple of days. That way I could start earlier. Like, we've all been there. And unfortunately, that's kind of what it is right now. It's like waiting for Christmas within the last few days, which really sucks. I get it, but yeah. I miss school holidays. Yeah, I miss school holidays too. Especially at the beginning of the year. I don't know how they do it down in Texas, but I remember at the beginning of the year, it was really, really funny because at least for people up in New England, it was always between, it would always go, okay, you come in roughly, like, depending on how the year was set up in terms of days, you either come in September 1st or you may come in like August 26th, right? Maybe even the 28th, but anywhere between August 26th and September 1st is usually the range that you go back to school, right? And then you have 1.5 weeks, maybe 2, and then you get a day off because of parent-teacher conferences. But they always do that on a Friday so that you get to start your weekend early. And then, after 2 weeks, you have, at least here, you have, or at least in the States, you have Columbus Day, which is another day off from school. Right? So you've already had 2 scheduled early weekends because you had parent-teacher conferences, which don't mean shit at the beginning of the year, and then you also have a national holiday. And then all you have to do is get through most of October, and people don't really care about October all that much because Halloween, and they know that people are going to be coming in, and they're going to be dressed up as whatever, and so on, and they're probably going to have a hell of a lot more important things like her tits are hanging out, or holy bejesus, you can literally see the pubic hair from a mile away because her skirt is so short. Right? They got that shit to worry about versus actually teaching anything. And they have to worry about it all the way through October. So then they go super critical and start sending girls home because God forbid a girl wears spaghetti straps, or God forbid a girl has a top that doesn't necessarily need a bra, and they decide that they're going to crank up the AC and now her nipples get hard through her shirt. Holy bejesus. Now we have a terrorist attack on our hands because she's got Scud missiles hiding under that top. That's the type of shit they're worried about in October. So then you get through October and Halloween, where, again, it's Halloween, so everybody's going to do it on a weekend, and they're either going to start an early weekend or it's going to be Friday that night. And then you go into November and you only spend 2.5 weeks in school, maybe 3, and then you have Thanksgiving. So then you get through Thanksgiving, which is usually on a Thursday, and because it's Black Friday the next day, they give you that day off too. So now you have a 4-day weekend. And then you get through that, and then you're only there for 3 weeks because you have Christmas, and then you're off the entire last week of December because literally you have New Year's like 7 days later. So, and you don't go back until the 7th, or until the 2nd, rather. Maybe even the 3rd, depending on exactly when the days line up. Like, I'm not even kidding. The first 3 months of school in the US is basically just a vacation that you sometimes have to learn. That's it. You sometimes have to learn things during your extended vacations. That's it. That's all it is.
It's mind-bending Black Ops ever. Probably the truest claim they've made about this game. If you want to remind yourself how Call of Duty has screwed us before, feel free to click on this video. I think you'll very much enjoy it. Before you do, don't forget to subscribe and hit that like button, and share with your friends if you enjoyed this video. Thanks for watching.
And that's by the way, when it comes to the school stuff, it's not until after the new year, unless you have like some real massive like stickler for the rules or massive stickler for the syllabus, or like a brand new teacher that has to that really has to make their bones. Typically, if you have somebody who's tenured and they've been there for a while, they know how it works. They're not going to sit there and sweat it when you have a couple of kids who are going to be rowdy for the first like 3 months, because most of the time you're probably going to be out of school just as much as you are in school, because especially in New England, the way that it works is as soon as it starts getting cold, now all of a sudden people start getting colds, and people start getting fevers, and people start getting sick, and people will have their parents call out, or they can't even make it out of their fucking driveway because there's a snowstorm, so they can't even get to school. Or you have pipes that freeze in the school and now there's no heating, so they have to call it off. Or there's such a massive storm that's coming in, they're going to tell everybody, don't bother coming to school the next day. You're probably out just as much as you are in for the first 3 months. And it's not until you get back from New Year's that they sit there and go, all right, we got to hunker down now. And you're like, fuck. It really is like that. It's insane, but it really, really is like that. And then you have what? You have George Washington's birthday. You have Abraham Lincoln's birthday. You have Martin Luther King Jr. Day. You have President's Day. Valentine's Day is not really a national holiday, so they don't count that. So you have you still go to school on Valentine's Day, but just off the top of my head, you have 3, possibly 4 days that are already spoken for that you're not going to school. And then after you get through February, then you have spring break for a week, so you don't go into school. So you're only spending 3 weeks, sometimes maybe only 2.5, because your family might have plans or something to go away for spring break in school. And then you have April, which is really just kind of shitty and rainy all the time anyway, so nobody really cares to go much of anywhere, and we all just kind of deal with it. But at least we're not freezing our asses off anymore, which is really nice, and the temperature is pretty moderate. And then you get into May, and May starts to get hot, at least in New England, really, really quick, to the point where the air conditioners in the school just can't keep up. And if it gets hot enough and the AC breaks, one of two things will happen. If the AC breaks bad enough, they'll just be like, okay, yeah, don't bother coming into school for a couple of days. Or they'll tell everybody to sit there and go, well, don't worry, we got water bottles. If we need to, we can fill them up. Today's really going to suck. It's really hot. There's nothing we can do about it, so let's just suck it up and get through it. And then you're there, miserable, not learning anything, because you'd rather be in a coma after lunch, because literally you're just sweating your ass off the entire time, and the entire school smells like the inside of a gym locker that hasn't been cleaned in about 15 years. And you have to deal with that through all of May, but don't worry about it, because help is on the way. And help is on the way because once June hits, it gets really hot. So at least if you've been through the U.S. school system, long enough, you can sit there and go, okay, well, May kind of sucked, but at least it's not going to be as bad as June. Because when June hits, things really, really, really go to shit. Until the last couple of weeks of June, in which either all the seniors in your high school or a combination of seniors and everybody else skip school on certain days because of senior skip day, senior prank day. The seniors get out a week early and they can go on vacation and do whatever they want so long as they're back for graduation in a week, because they get their graduation earlier, which means that the only people who really have to suffer are the people that aren't seniors, and they get out roughly about 4 days later. So there's a lot of time in which we're not actually in school. Like, quite a lot. It's actually kind of nuts, now that I'm thinking about it, just how much time is taken off for a school year. You know what I mean? And I think they said it was like, what, 180 days? Somewhere around there. It's not 180 days. They said they say in total, I think it's like 180 days from the time you go back to school from summer vacation to the time the school year is up. It's 180 days. But even then, at best, it's probably more like 100 and, at least in New England, it's probably more like 170, or I should say like mid 170s to worst case scenario 150 if you get like really bad snowstorms. And I miss that. I miss having vacation all the time. Yeah, that's fair. And then you become a grown up and you realize, oh shit, I gotta get a job. And you're working through the summers. And all those family vacations kind of go out the window because your parents are getting older or you're getting older and you want to make money, but you have to work. And now you have to get a car, and now you have to get the car insured. So you have to work in order to keep your car insured and to keep gas in it. And it's like, and then everything just spirals out of control and it sucks. Welcome to being an adult. It blows. I fucking hate it. I absolutely hate, like, I remember back in the day, okay, and here, I'm going to like it. I disagree with him on a couple of things for sure, but I'm going to like it, and I'm going to subscribe. We did watch the video. I don't like watching videos without attribution, so at the very least, please go like the video. Please, please, please. He did put a lot of time and effort into it, even though I don't necessarily agree with it. I agree on quite a few things, but I also appreciate the amount of effort that he put into the editing, and that absolutely has to account for something. So please, at the very least, go do that. Shadow, why are you describing my current predicament? Because it happens to all of us, Spectre. It literally happens to all of us. Like, we don't have a choice. We get to a certain age and we got to get a job, right? We have to get a job. Why? Because we got to get a car. And maybe mom and dad or whoever is going to help us pay for the car, but we still have to pay for insurance. And we have to pay for gas, and that's part of being responsible. So then you go out and you get a job, and you're all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and then something goes wrong, and then you really fucking hate your job, but you still have to go to it because you still need gas money, and you still need money to pay for insurance to be able to get back and forth to work. Otherwise, you lose your job. And then you go, oh man, I really want to save up for this. So you save up for that, but then that's more money that you're spending on something that isn't your car, an apartment, or a job, and it just spirals out of control. Can I request to being a kid again, but still be able to do adult things? God, I wish. I loved growing up in a communist household. Parents pay for everything and deal with everything. It just... after a certain point, you just... That pretty much all stops. And you're like, well, fuck. You know what I mean? And it kind of stings a little bit and the realization hits, and you're like, oh, this isn't good. This is what my life has become. It's kind of a bummer. And, like, I'm going to be honest. I don't feel like I would be the best person to inspire people when it comes to something like... You ever see, like, those really, really big stars, right, that go to, like, Brown University and Yale and, like, MIT and UCLA and, like, all these other, like, massive, massive, massive universities, right? Honestly, didn't have a childhood after 9/11. I had to grow up super fast after that. Yeah, totally fair. Same here. Same here, honestly. I mean, aside from, like, hanging out with my friends and stuff that, you know, I was doing stuff for school with, I didn't really have much of one either. But you know how, like, they have all those celebrities and stuff like that come and, you know, they do the commencement speech, right? If I was ever somebody who was going to do a commencement speech, I'd just be like, guys, listen, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you're graduating today, and chances are you're probably going to take a couple of weeks off, and that's fair, because you've been here for at least 4 years. Some of you might have been here for 8 years. Hell, some of you might have been here for 12 years to get your doctorate. And I am here to tell you that now that you have whatever diploma it is, and whatever accolades you are being granted, that from here on out, life is thoroughly going to suck. Do you have a car? No, not yet. Fair enough. You're going to be getting one. Do you have insurance for your car? Not yet. All right, well, you might want to start applying to those pizza places as fast as fucking possible to make sure that you're the first one in there, so you're stuck behind the counter all day instead of having to pay for your own gas and getting shafted on tips. That way you can pay your fucking insurance and keep putting gas in your car to get to and from work. I took public transit, rode a bike, and walked for several years in my early 20s, which is all well and fine, and that's great, but that ain't happening today unless you live in New York City. Especially with all the people that are so insanely entitled. That ain't happening anymore. That definitely ain't happening. Hell, even bike riding now is becoming more of a luxury item. Sadly. Lots of crazies on buses, gangbangers on light. Oh, yeah. It's done nothing but get worse, right? They get arrested for one thing, that's all well and fine, so then they go back out and then they do something even worse, and it just keeps going and going and going. So, yeah, the days of that shit are gone. So it's like if I were to give a commencement speech now, literally it'd just be me giving them the harsh reality of, congratulations, you're a grown-up, everything sucks now. Hey guys, you remember all of you who were going to go into the automotive field and you thought that everything was going to be great? Well, you know, it just so happens that there's this thing that's coming out, and chances are it's probably going to tank the automotive field. So you may want to find another field that you're really, really interested in, where at least most, if not all, of your credentials that you've gathered over the last God knows how many years can actually come into play, because once the automotive industry tanks, and it will, you're going to be out of a job, and that's assuming you get one in the first place. And then you're going to be still living with your parents the entire time, because the industry that you fought so hard to actually get a job in doesn't have any for you, and you're overqualified because they can get some fucking idiot off the street for about a fraction of what you expect to be paid so that they can wash cars all day even though you need the job. Hey, you remember all those people that were going to be aeronautical engineers? Yeah, congratulations. The aeronautical industry is literally on fucking fire right now. Good luck. Is it right now? The aviation industry's been on fire since literally 2008, and they haven't recovered. They haven't. They absolutely haven't. Unless you're going in to replace, like, and it's so bad to the point where in the automotive industry and in the airline industry, the only way you're getting a job is if the person who had your job before you either retired or died. That's it. That's really all it is. Planes have not really advanced much in decades. Civilian aircraft, there's no reason for them to. The only stuff that they need to do is create new airplanes that can take new electronics and stuff like that, and be able to use stuff like maybe fly-by-wire. Other than that, there's really no need for them to really get any better. There really isn't. Why is that guy pointing a gun at you? He's not pointing it at me. But he is looking at you. Very menacingly. But yeah, I'd be one of those people at the commencement speech that'd just be, I wouldn't do like all the, today is the first day of the rest of your lives, and it's going to be so good, and you're going to go out, and you're going to have all those adventures. And no, I'd just be up there, and I'd be like, guys, lights a cigarette, sits down on the fucking stool. Let me tell you what life is really like after college. That would be me. You know, I haven't had a cigarette in 14 years. And today sounds like a good day to pick it right back the fuck up, because I have to relive all the horror. And just go on for like 2 hours as to how much life is gonna suck. That would be me. Maybe every once in a while I'd look over at the dean with a fucking snifter glass in my hand. Hey, I'm getting paid to be here. Give me a fucking refill. Scotch. Neat. They'd be trying to like fucking push me off there. Okay, that was a great... No. Shut up, lady. I'm not done. I'm not done. I ain't drunk enough. I haven't killed my lungs enough yet. Let's get this party started. You idiots want to go out and party? Fine, let's fucking do it right here, right now. This is the only time in your life you're ever going to be able to sit there and be like, woohoo, we did it, I'm so happy, because as soon as you get to work, everything's going to suck dick. I would be that guy. I would totally be that guy. In a heartbeat. There we go. He's just standing there. He was standing there menacingly. There's nothing I could do about it. Okay. More Phoenix Wright. Let's do this. Hopefully it pops up and we don't have any problems like we did last week. Okay. Now I gotta try and remember everything. Fuck. No. Entered at 512. Detective Gumshoe, what can you tell me about this? Huh? Hey, pal, this is a detective ID card. Best we can do is just watch what happens in Phoenix Wright's life, yes? You can't just keep that, you'll have to turn it into the police. People like you that get me into so much trouble all the time. Meaning Detective Gumshoe must drop his ID card a lot. Let's see. Bruce Goodman. Yeah, we already went up to the 12th floor, I think it was, and talked to Edgeworth. Goodman. Sounds familiar. Nah, my mistake. But didn't you work together? Whoa, now I remember. Bruce Goodman. He's the victim. That's what I thought. Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe? Actually, it wasn't even a letter of recommendation or anything like that. It was literally just, if I remember correctly, the guy in the cowboy garb said go on up to the 12th floor. So if there is an actual letter of recommendation, then no. Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Skye to do such a thing? Wait, I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone who must have had a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. Car and the knife do seem a little too well organized to be a coincidence. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. What could have happened? We have to find a little more about what's going on with Edgeworth. Okay. What did you think of the conclusion of the last case? Did you like the twist? I'm trying to remember what it was. I haven't played this in 2 days, so I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh, with, Von Karma. I like the idea. I like the idea of it. I think it would have been, just in retrospect, and again, obviously hindsight is 20/20, but I feel like in retrospect, I think it would have been a little bit cooler had they delved into there being, like, say a massive rivalry or something like that between Von Karma and Gregory Edgeworth, and or something like that, and you know, maybe there was back and forth between them and words were exchanged or something. Anything that would have really given Von Karma a motive more than, oh well, his record isn't spotless anymore. I think maybe they could have taken it a little bit farther and given him a little bit more of a motive if they, like, gave us a little bit more to grab onto. I definitely saw it coming, but yeah, it just, I mean, the whole case was great. It was just the very, very, very end. I was like, I kind of feel like they might have skimped a little bit. You know what I mean? Ooh, Edgeworth isn't here. Prosecutor trophy to Gumshoe. Oh, okay, fair enough. I think they just wanted to portray Von Karma as a perfectionist, that when he got a penalization, he just went crazy. Yeah, and that's all well and fine, and I like that. And I do like that he was also Edgeworth's mentor, and I really do like that too, because it shows, okay, well, Edgeworth learned everything he knows about being a prosecutor from Von Karma, which explains why Edgeworth is so ruthless. So that's character building for Edgeworth. And then we learn, you know, the whole backstory with Edgeworth and Larry and all that good stuff, and why things changed for Phoenix and why things changed for Edgeworth. And that's all cool, and I like that. But then it's like you just have with all of this character build up and everything else, it just kind of felt like maybe they either A, didn't have time to elaborate, or maybe it just had to be shit canned altogether, because it just came off as, here is guy that is perfect with everything that he does in a system that obviously already has its problems. If you can sit there and manufacture evidence, or you can train witnesses to speak a certain way and not another way, and like so on and so forth, and all that stuff. So we already know that the system itself is corrupt, even considering you have the prosecutor's office going to all these different cops. Well, we'll see about your next, you know, quarterly review, which means that obviously they have stake in what the cops do and don't do, but they also have the power to take that shit away. That's all really cool. I like all that political stuff. I think it's actually really, really well done. But then they just switch to, here is Crazy Man. And that's it. You know what I mean? And it's just like, okay, I guess. But it's because the rest of the trial itself was so good and so well done that I'm willing to let it slide. It does take some points off, but it still is like the best episode I've played so far, for sure. Oh, I forgot to show the trophy to Gumshoe. Shit. Okay, so I gotta go back to Gumshoe. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. But I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award. Even with all the naysayers in the prosecutor's office. Must be because of the rumors. That's fair. His reaction to everything just happened just made me feel like they wanted to portray him as an insane person. Like, to us it might not have been much, but to him it was everything to know he was not perfect. If you ask me, I thought it was cool. IRL, people do tend to do the craziest things for the most stupid reasons. No, that's true, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but it just feels like... And I'm not saying that Von Karma was bad. I'm not. I liked the character. I thought the character, for what they were trying to do with him, was really well done. I just personally would have taken it a little bit farther to give him a little bit more motive. Because he just comes off as a complete psychopath the entire time for seemingly no reason. Right? And again, like you said, people do really dumb shit for really stupid reasons. Wholeheartedly agreed. But I would have just taken it just a wee bit further, and I think it would have been perfectly fine. I liked everything. I liked everything else, but that was really the only, like, constructive criticism. Do you know what I mean? Either that or Edgeworth cut himself peeling an apple. What's Edgeworth doing with a knife like this anyway? Hey, maybe he spends his weekends roughing it in the wild. Edgeworth in the wild? I think my fruit peeling theory is more likely. Are you kidding? I always pictured him as an outdoorsman. Now there's a scary thought. I can't say it. She's only 17, I can't say it. Yeah, we already did this. We have to find more about what's going on with Edgeworth. Okay. So that's where we're stuck. Yeah, I didn't think anybody was in detention. Damn it. Edgeworth is only taking this case to get the chief prosecutor position. After discussing this, Gumshoe mentions the officer, Jake Marshall, has been appointed by the... Access to the crime scene will be added to your court record. Wait, so what didn't I do? Or did I just soft lock myself? Because that would have sucked. Gumshoe wonders why someone would use Edgeworth's knife as a weapon in the body of his car. Did he hold a grudge against them? Which is what we're trying to find out. Now, there are rumors Edgeworth is only taking this case to get chief prosecutor position. Fair. Okay. Yeah. So same thing with both the knife and the car and the slip. Yeah, I've now presented both to him. It's the same conversation. Says we have to find out a little more about what's going on with Edgeworth. Maybe I gotta talk to him? Maybe that's what it is? Yes, okay. So this ID card belonged to the victim. He was a detective like myself. Detective Bruce Goodman. Don't you think it's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where we found it? Well, Detective Goodman should have been at the police department yesterday. There was an evidence transferal for a case he handled 2 years ago. Evidence transferal? Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that too. But Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say this, but word is that Chief Prosecutor Sky called him out there to the parking lot. And Lana's confessing as much. He's in a tough spot again. Again? Oh, fair. Oh god, Bloop. Well, it all started with the murder of that defense attorney Hammond. But Mr. Edgeworth was found innocent. Listen, pal, there have always been rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with witnesses. Nothing outright, but there were always whispered rumors. Ever since he was accused of murder, no one's whispering. They're practically shouting. How many episodes are left in Season 2, Bloop? Because I've been waiting to binge watch Season 2. 2 more? Okay, fair. But there's no evidence against him. Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always had unusually strong ties to the department higher-ups. It's only natural that people would be suspicious. I had no idea he was under the gun. Anyway, this latest case had started a new rumor. Oh, did you? Nice. I'll be honest. I said this to Bloop after I started watching season 1 a while ago. That really is the perfect role for John Cena. Like, it really, really, really is. He does so well as Peacemaker. People say the only reason he took this case is because he's aiming for the chief prosecutor position himself. What? But I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth is biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us. Alien Earth is already done? Yeah, thank God for that. Oof. Yeah, John Cena with Peacemaker is what Robert Downey Jr. was to Iron Man. 1,000,000%. Absolutely. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. See if anything new happens now. Nope. Shit. They renewed at least a few more seasons by the look of it for Alien Earth. Yeah, I heard that too, and I'm not happy about it. Okay. I mean, I don't think there's much of anything else to look at, right? Back from the dead Wendy. We know that. Between a rock and a hard place, Wendy. Yep. Oh, no. So, no, he didn't give me the letter. And that's where I'm getting confused, because I'm wondering if maybe I missed something. No, the guy who plays Peacemaker's dad is Robert Patrick, if I remember correctly. And Robert Patrick was the T-1000 in Terminator 2. Examine the blue badger in the bat. Oh, okay. Gotcha. That's why I didn't examine that. I was wondering about that. What? The dancing blue badger? It's my masterpiece. You made this, Detective Gumshoe? The chief threw together some designs and I just did my thing, pal. Nice work. It's battery powered, so it can go anywhere. There's no switch, so it it just dances until the batteries die. Poor Blue Badger, fated to dance until he drops. And that's all I know about that. I'm not officially on the case, you know. Thank you. Why aren't you handling the case, Detective Gumshoe? We met the guy who is. What was his name? The guy in the parking lot. That'd be Officer Marshall. He was appointed directly by the Chief of Police. Officer Marshall, is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something? No, Jake Marshall's just a regular officer. From West L.A. For a moment there, I wasn't sure. Look, pal, let me try to make things a little easier for you. Show them this and they'll let you examine the crime scene. Maybe. I have a feeling the Blue Badger is going to have an important role in this case, because it probably will. Just act like you're supposed to be there and nobody will look at you twice, pal. Okay. Looks like the investigation is still going. I have to be getting back to the shop. So I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sleeps. I'll see you in my dreams tonight then, baby? Who's she calling baby? Oh, still here? Hello? Why the surprised looks? Didn't I mention? I've got a boyfriend in criminal affairs, too. What happened to the security guard? Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? You're looking like a doggy that's lost its herd. Jake Marshall. Strange guy to put in charge of a crime scene. There's something I wanted to ask you. The scene of the crime. A cold grave for men who've lost their dreams. And me? I watch over them as they sleep, dreaming of the desert's harsh judgment. He's asleep. Well, should we show this hopeless case something to catch his interest? Okay. Alright, yeah, he's not interested until I show him the thing. Would you mind reading this for me? What's this? I warn you, fan letters to me go right into the spittoon. It's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. May we investigate? Gumshoe? Ah, that old cow dog. He holding a birthday party or something? Huh? Look, where it should say letter of introduction, it says invitation. Ah, I think he just miswrote it. Wait, why am I getting all defensive here? No worries. This proves it's from Detective Gumshoe better than a blood test. Guess I'd better let you in, then. Thank you, Officer Marshall. Oh, that's right. He's a patrolman, not a detective. Which reminds me. Hey, wait a sec. Isn't a crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective or higher? Well, folks, the clues are calling. Welcome to our gold strike. Be like the settler, strike out for lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny. Note to self, police investigations are like settling land. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? For all you freaks like me in chat, I recommend Monster Ed Gein. I can't binge it though because it's a little too intense. Ed Gein is... yeah. Say I won't be needing this anymore. Nice. Ed Gein's been the inspiration for a lot of people. Looks like a cell phone. Scientific analysis would suggest that this belonged to the victim. I can't think of anyone else it could belong to. What's so scientific about that? Should we check it out? Right, let's check it out. Here, I'll do this. Okay. Ed Gein, a Wisconsin killer and grave robber, served as primary inspiration for some of the most infamous fictional characters in the horror genre. The disturbing details of his crimes and his obsession with the deceased mother provided source material for filmmakers and writers seeking to create psychological terror. Some of the most prominent characters inspired by Ed Gein's cases include Norman Bates from Psycho, Leatherface from Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs, Dr. Oliver Thredson from American Horror Story Asylum, Eddie Gluskin from the video game Outlast Whistleblower, Ed Gein is, yeah. Let's see how many others there are. Buffalo Bill. Oh, okay, they're only gonna give us the famous ones. So yeah. It's really weird. I agree. It's really, really, really weird, but it works. This phone's still on the redial screen. Redial? Mr. Wright? Most phones keep a record of all the calls you made and received. You just press the blue button on the display to display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know that. Oh, sorry to disappoint you, but even I know about things like redial. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, you never know with people from your generation. What the fuck, lady? My generation, son of a bitch. Note to self, a defense attorney doesn't think first, he just pushes the button. Hey, that song, I know that. Hey, what's going on over there? Oh, sorry. I see you, partner. You pressed redial on that there phone, didn't you? Well, yeah. Whose phone is this, anyway? It was on the ground over there. Whose is it? That belongs to Chief Prospector Sky. What? It's my sister's? She apparently dropped it when she was taken into custody right after the crime. Look, the last call was made right when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call someone, except she only spoke for a few seconds according to this. Who did she call? No idea. Sorry, partner. Now, I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ring just now. One of those newfangled ringtones. Oh, that? Oh. I'm sorry, that was my phone. What? Your phone? Yeah, it's kind of strange, but someone called me right as we picked up the other phone. Wrong number. I hope you're not lying. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. Okay, but to be fair, they shoot you in Texas for breathing half the time. Uh-oh, I've incited the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman. This appears to be the car where the body was found. I mean, you're not wrong. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But still, hey, listen, you know... I'll put it to you this way. Okay? When I drove across Texas, when I went cross country, I don't even know where the fuck I was. Some little podunk, no bother, no one important town that probably isn't even on a map. Because chances are everywhere around it is probably owned by some rancher anyway. And we stopped at this stupid little shack that I guess passes for a gas station out in West Texas. And it was starting to get... It was dusk. And there were mosquitoes the size of $50. Okay? And we walk in, and the entire fucking place, the walls, the ceiling, it's all covered in mosquito nets. You even, when you walked through the door, you ended up walking through a mosquito net that was hanging from the door frame on the inside. And we had just stopped there because we needed to use the bathroom, get a couple of drinks, get a couple of snacks, because we still had like another 4 or 5 hours to go, if not longer. And there's this dude, and he's maybe 70 pounds soaking wet, getting up to that ripe old age of about 13,000. Has basically just gums, if you can call them that, but has really steely blue eyes and basically not a whole lot of white hair left, wearing this big-ass hat. We all look at him, we wave, say hi, and everything like that, and so on, and we get our stuff, we, use the bathroom, go up to the counter to pay for everything, and all that good stuff, and... You boys aren't from around here, are you? No, we're not. Oh, well, where are you coming from? Well, we're coming from New Hampshire. New Hampshire? Well, where's that? You ever heard of Boston? Boston? Yeah, that's in New York, right? Sure. Oh, okay, so you's a city slickers. Yes, sir. Oh, alright, well... Sorry about the bugs. We don't usually get them skeeters here like this bad, but I mean, we had a rainstorm a couple days ago and there's still a giant puddle out back, and God, they took to it like flies on shit, I tell you. And then I noticed there was this really big fuck-off pistol. I'm like, wow, that's a really... because it was hanging on the wall. And I was like, wow, that's a really nice gun. He goes, hell yeah, it was my grandpappy's. Oh, wow, really? Yeah, hell yeah. Still work, too. And it's got like a fucking 10.5-inch barrel on. Like, this is like a Dirty Harry gun, right? It's got like a fucking 10.5-inch barrel on the motherfucker. You can tell, like, the handle's been worn down for how many times it's been fired and everything. Oh, yeah, she'll still shoot straight. Don't let her age fool you. I could hit a deer from here and it'd be across the way. I could with that thing. Okay. And then he's also, yeah, you know, I mean, it does real good sometimes. You know, you get somebody they think that they can pull one over on the old man. They come in, they get this little pea shooter there, think they can wrestle with me. I tell you what, I pull that thing down on the wall, they go running. I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude. Don't let anybody fool you, Spectre. Texas is still the Wild West, and it is still alive and well. No bullshit. Flick is coming in with a raid? This early?
What the fuck are you doing?
Wow. Flick, how you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Can we get a shout out for Flickerclad, please? They're a fantastic human being and we love and adore them. And if you don't know who Flick is, Flick played the absolutely amazing Rabbit on Wild RP. And Nightshade, it's good to see ya. They still go yeehaw? Of course they go yeehaw down in Texas. What are you kidding? How you doing, Flick? How are the things? You are ending early tonight. Thank you for giving Flick the shout out, Bloop. You started early. Yeah, you did. Wow. How was Ghost of Yote? It was a 10.5-hour stream. Damn. Yeah, very, very early. And how you doing, Nightshade? How are things, buddy? Yeah, how's Ghost of Yote so far? Yote is great, to be honest, but I punish myself by playing on lethal. Oh, I mean... Don't worry, that's also kind of a streamer thing. I came up against my first truly major roadblock. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh! So I missed out most of the Texas story because someone, Lance, just broke my magnetic hourglass. Oh no! Damn it, Lance! So, Flick, I have a question for you, because I know every once in a while you've been known to, do a little FPS action. Are you planning on getting Battlefield 6? You am miffed. I don't blame you for being miffed. I would be too. Well, I know I've never seen you play a modern set one. I've seen you play Hunt, for sure. Definitely seen you play Hunt, but that's not modern. There's one coming out that actually not a COD or BF player. That's fair. That's totally fair. There is one coming out actually that you might like. I saw this yesterday, and I immediately thought of Flick, actually. So this is perfect timing. No Flicker Shadow BF stream then, Blubbers? I know, right? This looked like something that might actually be right up your alley. I immediately thought of you when I saw this.
Peggy 18.
Everyone's been throwing this at you? Yeah, I was like, oh man, this has Flick written all over it. I mean, to be fair, like, for those of you who haven't seen it, yeah, Hunger, yep. To be fair, and I'll put the link in here for you guys, because it is like 12 minutes long, but it's actual, like, I think they said it's pre-alpha gameplay. But it actually is really interesting to watch, for sure. Tilted's brought it up a few times. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. It actually looks good, because it's done by the people who made Hell Let Loose, and I know Tilted's a big fan of Hell Let Loose. So, yeah, I could see Tilted being excited. I could definitely see Tilted being excited for the... I mean, it looks great. Granted, they said it's pre-alpha, so, like, all the menus and everything are probably going to change, but...
Oh no.
Oh, blood. Oh no.
This is the one thing, and I know they're not telling us what it is. And I watched this last night, and for the life of me, I couldn't figure it out. I don't know what these guys are doing with the pliers. Because you'll see that I think it's either Fabulous or Hugs. You'll know who it is because of the line under their name. But you'll notice that one of them, they go on for like 7 minutes just using the pliers, and I have no idea what they're for.
I have to heal, guys.
Maybe it's like an active repair for their armor? I have no idea.
Oh, here's a brute. Over there.
Take it out.
And oh, okay, new pliers. You see, he just keeps doing that, and it's like, what's going on? Okay, more pliers. Got it. Okay, even more pliers, and even more pliers. I don't understand that mechanic at all. He's trapped in a can of peaches.
I was born in the cans, raised by it, molded by it.
Is ticking up as he's using them. Yeah, I just don't know what it is. Because, like, at the end of this gameplay thing, he just kind of stops using it, and they don't actually tell you what it was he was plying.
Oh no, he got me.
Oh
Oh lord. He's gonna oh my gosh.
no. Saber shot.
So yeah, the only thing I could think of is maybe he was, like, pulling dents out of his armor or something like that. There we... Okay, and back with the pliers. Got it. These are infinite but slow healing alternatives to finite but fast armor plates and potions. You use them only when everything... Oh, okay. Fair enough. Gotcha. That makes a lot more sense. That's actually really cool mechanic. So I'm gonna go ahead and assume that, like, the green bar is for, like, armor, the red is life.
Oh, I found gold key, guys.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Oh, more pliers. Got it. But it makes sense now. That's not bad. The other thing I really, really liked, and I got to skip ahead a little bit, is I think it's this area right here. Okay. Yeah. So they're done with their area, with this whole area, and then they come out, and there's other teams.
I hit one.
You pink.
Yeah.
Yeah, see. Tag.
I hit
down,
one.
down.
Which definitely gave me Hunt vibes.
There's another team over this way. Oh, yeah, pushing me.
Where?
Southwest. Right,
Yeah.
blue pink. I'm pulling back to the compound.
I missed.
Oh my gosh.
Let's go. Back compound.
Shots. Come back in.
I got shot. Oh.
I'm repairing.
Ooh, miss.
Using armor patches.
Watch out, door, guys. Behind us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
they opened the door.
Going melee.
Oh.
One down.
Nice.
There's another one.
Greg,
Close the door. Close the door.
closing.
Do you need some heal?
Damn. Damn.
I missed. Oh, don't forget the other team.
Can you help me?
Yeah.
Got them. They're dead.
Nice. Where's the others?
I think it's
Get back
pushing
to the
on me.
compound.
This kind of looks like a lot more up close and personal than Hunt, which I don't think is a bad thing.
On me, push.
I'm flanking them. I hit one.
Are you going medi? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we're fighting.
Oh, that guy got messed up.
Hey, Abel at the door.
Oh. I need armor. I need armor.
God.
I'm recovering some armor.
I'm watching. Can you crush us?
And for pre-alpha, this is really good.
One on the right.
Come on, they got me down. Two coming in. One more behind the wall. Oh, nice.
I kill them.
Nice,
Kill them all.
Nice.
Oh my god.
That was brutal.
Well done.
Yeah, this actually looks really, really good for pre-alpha.
Thanks.
Oh, I do have to say, I have a Hunt story, and you guys will laugh at me. It's the only time I ever played Hunt. So I got Hunt. I was like, oh, okay, cool. This game looks great, right? And so I installed it, loaded it up, because it looked like a lot of fun. I'd seen other people play it and whatnot. And this was early when Hunt first came out. So I load the thing up. Everything's going fine. It dumps me into a lobby automatically. I don't see who I'm paired with. Nothing. I'm just in. And I get in there, and I'm all alone. I don't know where anybody is. I don't know who my teammate is. I don't know anything. and I'm in a shack that's in the middle of a swamp, and it's got a boardwalk that goes off to God knows where. And there's a couple of, like, zombies and stuff like that in the swamp and what have you, and I'm trying to keep quiet, and it's tense because, again, I don't know where anybody is. And I've already seen some people, and they've shown how tense it can be, and I learned that even more after having watched Flick God knows how many times play it. And, so doing my thing, trying to stay quiet and everything like that, and I can't even remember what gun I had in my hand, and somebody opens the door, and I turn right immediately and fire right at their head. And I don't stop firing because they're not going down immediately. And I run out of ammo, and somebody comes over VoIP, and he goes, "Fuck are you doing, idiot?" And I got so embarrassed, I Alt F4'd and never played it again. That was my entire hunt experience. Yep. Classic. I got really, really embarrassed because I just unloaded into my teammate. And yeah, then I just left. There was no coming back from that. You know what I mean? Like, how does one come back from that when they don't know what they're doing and you just got called out? There's no way you can come back from this. I was like, okay, well, oops. I mean, can you? What, can I come back from that? Hell no, I can't. Not even in the slightest. Like, what am I supposed to do? Oops, sorry. Now they're going to be pissed off because, I mean, what have I accomplished other than pissing away ammo? Yeah. Oh, God, this is even worse than I thought. Okay, look at this. 80 gigs. Last played April 30th, 2018. Playtime, 10 minutes. That's it. That's all I got. I got 10 minutes. And I got so embarrassed I never played it again. Yep. Yeah, I got kind of embarrassed on that one, I'm gonna be honest. But it's like, what was I supposed to do? Because now I just wasted all that ammo, right? And I feel really bad, because come to find out after having watched Flick play it quite a bit, yeah, you don't really want to give away your position by just going nuts with guns. That's kind of a bad thing to do, because then people kind of hone in on you. And I didn't realize it at the time, but it was definitely one of those things where I went, oh no. And then after watching Flick play quite a few times, and it finally dinged in my head what I had done, I got even more embarrassed. Years later, I got even more embarrassed after watching Flick, and I was like, I'm such a dickhead. Shadow got crippling embarrassment and never played Hunt again. It's true. Now, like, if Flick wanted to play, I'd be down to play with Flick, or like if Tilted wanted to play, I'd be down to play with Tilted, or both of them, or, you know, something like that. But going into a pub thing, nope, never again. Nope, sorry. Because here's the thing. Flick and Tilted, I love and adore them both. And I know that to at least some extent, they would either put up with my absolutely idiot things that I do, because I am noob. And if worse comes to worse, they'd probably just kill me, and I'd be okay with that. Please play with Shadow Prage. The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk by the trunk of my subordinate's car. Quite a luxury car. It screams, "I have money to burn." Need to see that happen live again, please? What do you mean? See what live again? Yeah, prosecutors get the big bucks. You don't need to see my embarrassments. I already do plenty of those. You don't need to see me get incredibly embarrassed in Hunt. What's this? Looks like a note of some sort. Look, something's written on it. You're right, let's see. 67S 122. There's a name printed on the paper above that. Goodman. Maybe it fell out of his pocket when he was killed. Well, so? What does it mean, Mr. Wright? Well, how am I supposed to know? Note to self, for deductive reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright. I'm sure Edgeworth wouldn't know what this means either. Wow. She's just really trying to add insult to injury, huh? B block is through there. That's where visitors park. I can see the Lunchland car over there, far in the distance. Hey, you're right. I like the cute design on the door. I can see a cartoon cow munching down on a juicy-looking steak. That's cannibalism. Doesn't that strike you a little creepy? Just don't think too deeply about it and you'll be fine. This rope, is it? Yep. They laid it in the outline of the victim's body. So, wait. The victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. You've got to be the only person I know that would come to that conclusion. I mean, that's not a bad conclusion, though. A block. This area is reserved for prosecutors. Defense attorneys are relegated to B block. I dream of the day when I will be able to park my car here. I'll go over to B block to buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. Wow! I'm not planning on giving up my job that soon. This is where the cars leave the lot. The arrow on the ground makes it look more like an entrance. What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit. Well, maybe it's both, kind of a dual purpose. Aha! The theory of relativity. What? I've got to write this down. Hey, Mr. Wright. Maybe you know, was Mr. Relativity German, or was he British? Mr. Relativity. Wow. Oh, that was a trailer for the game called Hunger. Mr. Relativity? Are you sure that was his name? Oh God, what was the name of the crap. Hang on, I gotta look it up. It's gonna drive me nuts. Okay. All I can think of right now is Mr. DNA from Jurassic Park. So now we have Mr. DNA and Mr. Relativity. Now we have a baby dinosaur. Clippy, oh god. Nothing there. Oh! Look, a stylish glass-walled room. Very nice. You can see the whole parking lot from in there. It says security. Perhaps it's a cafe? Huh? Cafe security. Yeah, that must be it. Let's check it out later. I hate to break it to you, but I think that's probably just a security guard office. You know, I scored a 97 on my science test the other day. Too bad they don't have a test for common sense. Long time ago I read the Jurassic Park novel. I haven't in years, though. Long time ago. Officer Marshall, could you tell us more about the victim? Good men always die young. Remember that, partner. Could you be a little more specific? Bruce Goodman, he was a detective, right? Well, aren't you a feisty doggy there now? Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. The smiling Madonna told me the tale. I think he means the witness, Miss Angel Starr. Love how passionate Dr. Ian Malcolm is in the book, trying to talk some sense into people. Oh yeah, they changed a lot from Jurassic Park and the Lost World books. One stab to the chest. Fine piece of work. This here's the autopsy report. Nice. Was my sister involved with the victim in any way? Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prospector Sky. One hell of a good name. And Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all. Nothing in common? They apparently worked together on a case a few years back. So there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. That's one reason why he didn't do much work with the chief prospector. But my sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here, to this parking lot. So it seems, like calling an unarmed man to a shootout at high noon. I don't mean any offense, but Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective. You calling me out? They shoot you for that in Texas. Yeah, we already established they shoot you for everything in Texas. Huh? I was one of them fancy-shoed detectives till 2 years ago, to tell you the truth. Oh, really? Now he tells me. But you're a patrolman now, so how can you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambina? So why are you in charge? No reason. We're just short on hands right now. I'm keeping an eye out in the meantime. That's odd, though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least. He's nothing but a sad old cow dog that can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs with that Edgeworth, eh? Edgeworth? That cow dog's been kicked out of this cattle run by order of the chief of police. Just, he don't realize it yet. Detective Gumshoe kicked out of the investigation? So, there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister. That's correct, but there's a gold mine of evidence against her. And the prospector tomorrow is none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided, Bambina. Many condolences. Officer Marshall. Yeah, Bambina? How can you say that? You and my sister, you were... Is there something between this cop and her sister that I don't know about? I apologize, Bambina. Something must have gotten to me. Maybe it's that dry wind that's a-blowing through the old prospector's office. Dry wind or ill will, someone's up to something here, but who? Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth have been flying around for nearly 2 years now. Forged evidence and arranging testimonies, you mean? He was unbeatable because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable, that is, until he met you. But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to them. If you follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you find one person. But they're off limits. Untouchable, you might say. One person? Who? Hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambina. Chief Prospector Lana Skye. Well, it's good to know that some things don't change and the name continues. What? My sister? Edgeworth couldn't rustle all those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets, some people load them with deals. What, you're saying Edgeworth was making deals to win trials? Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old-timers say. There's a big old secret hidden around here somewhere. Everyone knows it. Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taken off the case? Did they target him because he was closest to Edgeworth? So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright? I guess we got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. So, you think we'll be okay? Well, the only thing still bothering me is that Lana is confessing to the crime. She says she did it. No problem. I can guarantee that she's not the criminal. Oh, by the way, Emma? Yes? I know that song your phone plays when it rings. What? Nice. It's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? That popular TV show for kids? The phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. It was yours. At 5:18, just after the murder took place. Your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you talked about? She hung up right away. I see. A detective is murdered, and the suspect is the top prosecutor in the district. I got a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on here. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Yay! Something tells me this is going to be a long one. Like, really long. And I think Lazy said the other day, this is the longest out of all of them for the first game, right? Something like that? Something along those lines. But yeah, Core, to answer your question while I give my voice box a small break here. Yeah, the movies were definitely more action-oriented and definitely condensed, for sure, to fit into like a 2-hour format. Absolutely. They were good books, though. They were really good books. And I like a lot of Michael Crichton stuff anyway, so. Read several Crichton books, are all well written. Oh, yeah. They really are. They really, really are. Jurassic Park, The Lost World, Andromeda Strain, Sphere, Timeline, all really good. Don't inhale while taking a sip of liquid. Don't ever do that. It's a bad thing. It's bad. Which is like the opposite of good. Oh. I can see it now. I end up on LSF because I died from choking on a combination of water and air. And the worst part is it would get me banned. All right. How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there's still a lot of gray areas. Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area. Ooh, thank you for the stretch, Aelin. Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yes? A defense attorney should never believe their client. The defendant is called to trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. Miss Sky? Yes? Oh, no, wait. Sorry, you said Miss Sky, not Mr. Understood. You remind me a lot of Mia. But there is one decisive difference between you and her. And that is, you're not a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. Yeah, I kind of feel like I'm gonna need it. And I'll stretch before we do this. My first trial without a Fae helping me. Yeah, that's not good. I hope they got the electric chair on standby, because that might happen. Oh. Yay for my back popping. It felt so good. All right. No one's going to bail me out this time. Mia! I'll be all alone in there. So I have to discover the truth all by myself. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way. Oh, damn, I can't do Christopher Walken anymore. Shit. Well... isn't that bad news? You hate to see it. You have a character like Von Karma, and he's got the perfect disposition for someone like Christopher Walken, but we put him away. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Yes? The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in a courtroom since his trial. I hope that personal feelings will not be a part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, who keeps saying that? God damn it! Has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot. Wow, he's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There was a witness to her crime, a professional witness. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls its first witness, Miss Angel Starr, to the stand. The cough-up queen? I still don't know what that means, and I don't like it. Haven't I seen you somewhere? You ordered the caviar lunch, right? Ho ho, caviar. I've never eaten caviar before. The judge is really wolfing it down. Ah, and for you, I have a Fiesta Bowl. Thanks. Will the witness state her name and profession? And you, sir? Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? It is too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? So this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty it hurts. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. Ew, dude. What? The heck does pickled tapioca taste like? Name. Profession. Now. Yeah, why? Well, pickled tapioca is just tapioca that went bad. You don't... No, that's awful. Ew. Me? The name is Angel Starr. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us. The prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating. This judge needs to be disbarred based on that comment. Yeah. Hurry it up. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional. Huh? What exactly does that mean? Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Starr was a special investigator with the police. She was a first-rate homicide detective. What? Miss Starr was a detective? Aha! I know who you are. Cough up? Oh no. Yeah, literally Booba Detective. And also, why does everybody keep calling her Cough Up? I think I need an adult. Cough Up Queen Angel Starr, Your Honor. Long time no see. Very well. You may continue with the description, Miss Starr. Just who is this lady? If I might have the court's attention over here. The parking lot at the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. A block is for the prosecutor's office personnel. B block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks. I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutor spaces, yes? Oh, that's supposed to be the judge. Shit. The crime took place by a car in the back of A block in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with this knife and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness, and an arrest was made on the spot.
And who was this valiant witness?
Why, it was me, Your Honor.
Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime?
Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor.
It seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright? I can't agree on principle, Your Honor.
It seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor.
Oh, God. Here we go.
She's called Cough-Up Queen because as a former detective, she was exceptionally skilled at getting people to reveal crucial information or cough up their secrets during investigations. Is that canon, Aelin, or are we just speculating? Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining?
Yup. Totally canon.
Okay.
If you can, then give them your worst, Miss Starr.
Wait, are they talking about me? Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest.
Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend. How touching.
I never said it made sense. I'm just... Listen, we've experienced some weird stuff here, okay? So I'm... You know, I'm just a little skeptical. As you can see, there's no room for doubt.
The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman.
So, how does it feel to be so utterly crushed?
I'm still thinking about that.
It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Knight.
Very well, Mr. Wright.
I said Mr. Knight, Mr. Wright.
You may cross-examine the witness.
Oh yeah, no, I don't want spoilers. How did you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime. Yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted. Given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim, killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Miss Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one.
Laid off? She was fired.
To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I am a pro, as you know, My testimony is unbiased and flawless.
Very well. You may continue, Miss Starr. This boyfriend, he's the detective?
Not that boyfriend, the security guard.
That boyfriend? You have several?
Yes, this boyfriend and that boyfriend and the other boyfriend. Care to join? The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants.
I'll stick with the lunches, thanks.
Note to self, the judge had to think before replying. The security guard room is in the lot in A block. It's up on the second level, so you can see everything from there.
That would be the room with the security sign. Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by car?
Since I'm a visitor now, I'm parked in B block. So, she was in B block when she witnessed the crime.
You sensed something. So you're saying you had a premonition of the murder.
It felt like... how would you say? Oh yes. It was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds.
What? I have no idea what that means.
Thank you, Judge. None of us do.
Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim, Mr. Bruce Goodman, also a detective?
Yes, well, he was like a young cheese.
A young cheese.
A pale white cheese, not yet tangy, with experience on the streets. A greenhorn.
Then I must be hard-yellowed and sharp as a tack.
Yeah, with the odor of an old cheese to match. In any case, there, in the lot, I felt something stirring in the back of my mind.
By garish car, you mean...
Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes.
Mr. Edgeworth's?
Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's. Wasn't it? Indeed it was.
What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, you are sure it was the defendant.
I saw her from no further away than 30 feet. I am certain it was her.
If she's telling the truth, we're doomed.
Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick.
This is true. Witness, in your testimony, you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo, you are a biased witness.
You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie.
Huh? Rookie?
Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me. I'll fry you like a fritter, crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside.
That was inspiring.
I believe I've heard that tagline elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism. I may be relegated to the lowly post of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed.
A photograph. You took this.
The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap. I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunchboxes is rigged with a camera.
I suppose that's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck. Witness, why am I only seeing this photograph just now?
You think I'd show it to you, a prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs.
Well, this is most certainly the defendant. Right. However, the car is not in the right place.
Actually, no, it might be.
No, it isn't. It isn't in the right place. There's too much space.
Yeah, it's backed up. Uh-oh, that is unmistakably Lana Skye. So, what was the defendant doing at the time? Tell me more about this knife that the suspect was carrying. Well, I'd say the blade was about 4 inches long. Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? It is your knife, after all. Yes, that's about right. Prosecutors are, by nature, well versed in the location of a man's vital organs. I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set. You can't testify as to her ability to kill an egg. I mean, a person. Perhaps a chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor? So the defendant was holding a knife. What then? Is it the garish car one that I want to use it on? Holding a knife in her right hand. Oh, okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Your Honor, what do you think about the witness's statement? I'm not sure I follow. It clearly, contradicts the, I thought... You don't sound very convinced, Mr. Wright. Objection overruled. Fuck. I don't think that won me any points with the judge. Oh no. I'm using the wrong photo, aren't I? It's gotta be. Damn it. Okay. And you witnessed this. You saw Miss Skye, there it is, stab the victim with the knife. As I've already said, yes. I swear it on my finest salmon swirl lunch. I'm sure that is a fine lunch. But isn't that odd? Look, God. Look at this photograph. This is the photograph you took of the very moment of the crime, is it not? This is when Miss Skye not... then why is Miss Skye not holding a knife? Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection. That had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Ugh. Yet it was still stronger than your ever-feeble mind, Mr. Wright. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken the moment after the stabbing. And how can you tell that? Blood splatter. Huh? See the dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat? But it's black and white. Ah, yes. It's hard to tell, but this could be blood. Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. No problem, except you. Mr. Wright, are you going to just sit there and take that kind of abuse? You got a better idea? Sure. Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. Well, it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies. That's it? If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understood it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Skye was cold, calculating, like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder. Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in that photograph. Well, are those gloves? Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing those gloves. Wow. These gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Premeditated murder, a serious offense. Witness, add this to your testimony. What if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves, like driving gloves? Okay, gotcha. The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves of the kind used for autopsies. In other words, when the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, she came to do murder. It's the only possible conclusion one can make. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime. Impressive. I'm sorry they took you off the force, Miss Starr. This is bad. She's got them thinking this was all planned. If she can prove this claim, the trial's already over. I gotta think of a way to show that this wasn't premeditated. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. You said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, Miss Starr's testimony is flawless. Sounds pretty fatal to me. What do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty? Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panicking next to me makes me calmer. Don't smile like that. Yeah. There it is. Witness, do you know what this is? Are you trying to test me? I sell boxed lunches for a living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. Indeed, it is my knife. What's with this case? The bloody murder weapon, a red car, all belonging to the prosecutor there? Mommy, your prosecutor's bad, people. The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, rookie? In your testimony, you stated that Lana Skye planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing those special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning. However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing, the murder weapon? Oh. This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. Order, order, order. Great, now the tide is turning in our favor. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free.
Right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. What? I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide has turned. Not over such trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Huh. The prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lana Skye, murdered a detective with a knife. That is the only thing the prosecution need prove. Nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now? But you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't, why would she have been wearing... I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Really now. Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's not... Yeah. The victim was summoned from the police department to the prosecutor's office. It does sound a lot like premeditation, doesn't it? So, if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy? In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. You're damn right I'm gonna. One knife wound. You say she stabbed him again and again. But you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss surprise. I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Miss Starr. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that the death was due to a loss of blood from one stab wound. Aha! You're right. Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. What a hunk! He's my hero, really. What about my objection? No one noticed? Well, witness. You got the crime scene set, right? Oh, thanks. I always believed that no one would ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now I realize that such mistakes are possible. So, you're saying you mistook something for blood? When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. Splattered blood from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice. Then tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify. Her red muffler? Her red muffler. What? Red muffler. I'm what? We are talking about literally the tip of an exhaust pipe, right? Miss Starr, I demand an explanation. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. What? The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you've proved it yourself with this photograph. Huh? But that... Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Like a scarf or whatever. Yeah, just say scarf. A muffler? I grew up in literally some of the coldest weather the United States has to offer, and I've literally never heard anyone call a scarf a muffler. Like, what? Muffler in the context of clothing is a thick rectangular scarf worn around the neck or head for warmth and fashion. Made from materials like wool or other warm fabrics, it provides insulation from the cold, offering protection for the neck, face, and ears. While sometimes used interchangeably with scarf, which is how I've heard it, a muffler is often implied to be heavier, more substantial piece of neckwear. No, it wasn't, but that's why I was worried, because I'm sitting there and I'm like, this is clearly a Japanese game, so what went wrong in translation? Because that literally, this is the first time I have ever heard anyone refer to a long scarf as a muffler. That's why I was so confused. I'm sitting here going, muffler? Why would her muffler be red? The car's already red. You don't paint a muffler red. There's a reason why they're stainless steel to begin with. I mean, yes, now thinking about it, it makes sense why they call it a muffler. Because it is heavier, and whenever you try to talk through it, you muffle. Maybe you're just not cultured. No, I'm not cultured at all. I'm classy as fuck. But I'm totally not muffler. Like, I couldn't get past it. I'm like, why the hell would she be wearing a tailpipe? Like, I know it's got platinum, palladium, and rhodium and everything else in it, but that's taking it a little bit too far. I've never seen anybody wear a muffler around their neck. Yo, man, that's a really cool necklace. Thanks, I took it off a 73 Impala. You know what I mean? Like, I was so confused. Congratulations, perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Harsh words, but good. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. What was my objection? Chopped liver? But it was there, a scarf. You could have just said scarf, lady! Sweet Jesus. No, not that, but something red. Really. Well now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business. What? Very well, witness. Continue your testimony. I can see that being slang, though. Honestly, I don't think it is slang. I think us calling it a scarf is probably more slang than anything, because it looks like a scarf, but it's a really long, heavy scarf. We always just called them long scarves, right? A lot, like, for when I was growing up, if somebody gave me a long scarf and it was one, like, it almost looked like the ribbon that you put on, like, your graduation outfit, the really long one, those were, it was automatically understood that those were longer and a lot heavier, so that you could wrap it around your head, ears, and face, and everything else, and then you'd usually put, like, a hoodie over the top of it,
right? So you got protection, and so the scarf doesn't get wet. I've just literally never heard it called a muffler. But it makes sense because when you talk, you're muffled. So, yeah. Very well, witness. Continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that.
Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least.
Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony.
Most important part? The part where your sister stabs the victim.
This next testimony might just be the moment of truth.
After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah, yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler.
God, again!
That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile.
You are quite determined about this scarf, aren't you?
I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra.
Which is also a snake. So, she's a snake.
That's me, Angel Star.
That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, a cobra is a kind of snake. Thank you, Phoenix.
Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten.
No thanks.
Note to self, Miss Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum.
An oil drum? Hard to imagine.
Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr.
Sweet Jesus. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you will. Yeah. Why would she be arresting anybody if she's not an officer? Also, no, you don't need the RAR. No, you don't. Nope. You say quickly. Were you close to the suspect?
As I just said. I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time.
Maybe I should press her for more details. Absolutely press her. I'd like to see this on the floor plans, just to be safe. The Lunchland car. She was a visitor, thus she was parked in B block. So you witnessed the murder from here. That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes. Is that correct, Miss Starr?
Yes, that's right.
But there was a chain link fence in front of you.
I went over it, of course.
Amazing. The cough-up queen lunch lady athlete indeed.
It would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence. So she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast.
Yeah, that fence was about 9 feet high, too. So how did Miss Sky not get away? Oh, damn it. Should I go back and press her again? Okay. Yeah, we already did this. We did the floor plans. Would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence, yeah. How did Miss Sky not get away? And you can see the fence too in the photo. Okay, press her on the muffler. She mentioned the muffler. What exactly did she say?
If I remembered exactly, I would have told you in my testimony.
Cheeky.
Anyway, all I heard her say was the word muffler.
Just that one word. So, what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else?
Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone.
Her phone? She can't... Got it. So there's something in the muffler of the car. By phone, do you mean this cell phone discovered at the crime scene?
Yes, ultimately.
Ultimately?
My memory. It's like a salmon heading upstream, you see.
I'm not touching that one. Nope. No, the court doesn't see, Miss Starr.
The chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall.
On the wall? That's right. Near the car. There was an emergency phone on the wall.
Apparently it was out of order.
And so she used her cell phone. Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing, witness. Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying? You should, of course, add this to your testimony.
The things I do to please this rookie defense attorney.
Do you think you could restate your testimony for the court? Aha, I was going to ask the same thing.
I'll only say this one time, so listen close, rookies. The chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. Then she picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. So she pulled her own cell phone out of her pocket. And during that time, you climbed over the chain link fence. Yeah, during the time she went to go supposedly use a phone that you couldn't see because of the partition. Then, when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prosecutor hung up her phone.
And you saw her doing this.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
She has to be lying, so present the parking lot floor plans on this wall phone statement. Miss Starr, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Skye.
The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Well, who would have thought you would be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? You who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago.
Well, Miss Starr, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this?
I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me and I'll make you cough it all up.
Let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed the crime from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly have seen Miss Skye making that phone call. I believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the backside of this partition. If indeed you were in Block B, you couldn't have seen it.
What?
Order, order. What is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch, she's coughing up lies. That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me a question? Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. Can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about where she saw it, I would assume. Or it had to be the order of events, but I'm assuming where. Miss Sky tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Star to lie about it. Pointless to lie, I see. But say the witness did actually see Miss Sky using the emergency phone. It would mean Miss Star witnessed the crime from a different location. A different location? Now that's a pointless lie if I ever heard one. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? She had to have been in the security office above everything. Yeah, because she couldn't be over here because she wouldn't get over a 9-foot chain link fence in that dress, especially in those heels. So she couldn't have seen anything because there were cars all over the place. She'd be more than 30 feet away if she was at an angle that would even give her a slight amount of seeing it, but even then, so she had to be in the security room. It's the only way she could see it. This is the only place where she could have been. The security guard room. Indeed, the security room in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the second floor so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places where she could have seen the phone. She was with her boyfriend. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime in the back of the partition is here. I remember in your testimony, you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, Miss Starr?
How many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could be turned. Today a man has got the better of Angel Star.
Order! Order! Witness! What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better.
I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished. And I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails.
The guilty? Is she talking about Miss Sky?
Mr. Wright, doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Star lie? It doesn't make sense.
Huh?
She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything.
Exactly. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. That truth still stands. It still stands? I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. So tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Me? Who else?
Mr. Wright, let's review what we know.
Miss Starr witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Yes. But she lied and said she saw it from B block. Must make a vital difference, but what? What would change? Distance to the crime? Okay. I mean, yeah, I could see that. It changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime. My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plans and it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. Right, but she'd have to back out of the security room, go down at least one flight of stairs, and then out the door to where Sky was, which would probably double the distance, if not triple. I don't see how that would change what she could see. What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Sky? Well, witness.
You.
Yes?
You ordered the squid wheels, right?
The quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible.
I was bringing a PB&J lunch with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend.
Boysenberry for the boyfriend.
He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station.
Yeah, so that at least doubled.
And before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running toward the scene.
In heels? I mean, listen, I know that this is like a simplistic view of court, but I'm a guy and even I know running in heels is a bad idea, especially on steps. I also know for a fact that there's no way in hell she could climb a 9-foot chain link fence in that dress in those heels. She probably would have ended up as a bug on the windshield of one of the cars. Hell, even I know that. I'm just saying, like, seriously, if anybody doesn't believe me, fucking steel high heel. No, it's not even steel high heel. It's not about how high the heel is. It's about balance. That's the whole thing. Because women's feet hurt after wearing heels because it's for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. So when you have a long thin stiletto like you do in the back of, say, you know, like an actual like formal heel, right? That's not only pushing into the ground, but the ground is pushing it back up into the heel of the foot. So you have a woman's foot inside a heel, which is being crushed at the front because of the pointed toe, and then also being stabbed right through the heel itself because there's nowhere else for the pressure to go. It's about balancing the thing in the bottom, not giving a fuck, and just braking. Well, just braking, sure, but that thing would have to go through some pretty decent torture before it actually breaks, unless the shoes are like years old. Chances are she'd probably fall down both flights of stairs before the shoe ever broke. She'd be lying at the bottom of the stairs like Peter Griffin.
But the door was locked. I couldn't open it.
So she ran all the way around?
That's why I had to go through the visitors' parking in B block.
That's quite a detour.
It It probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime.
5 minutes? This changes things considerably.
But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him.
It took Angel 5 minutes to get there. 5 minutes. Raise an objection at this point. Oh, yeah, I absolutely will.
I know it. I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork.
You have a point, and the spork is a wonderful invention. I mean, I will give him that. The spork is a pretty awesome invention. He's not wrong. I do like a good spork.
Would you like another caviar lunch?
Absolutely. Uh-oh.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something.
Do I have any evidence to stop this? Yes. 5 minutes between the witnessing of the murder and the arrest. Think about it. You could make pasta in that amount of time, if you like al dente.
I've got lunchboxes that tie pasta in knots, rookie.
A 5-minute blank. Isn't that strange? Strange. If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill anyone. But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run, but this time was different. Miss Sky dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable.
Yeah.
Got her. Well then, it seems we've come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth is the next witness ready to go.
Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it! We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright.
That was too close. I'm afraid that the cough-up queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned.
Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right?
That's the one she tried to foist off on me.
I prefer to not take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence.
What was that? Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Starr.
Ah. Is this your jumbo lunchbox?
Ooh, a triple-decker. Out of deference to the witness's determination, I'll allow one more testimony. Let's hear about this decisive evidence.
Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed.
What's she going to pull out of her lunchbox this time? Damn it. Okay.
I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on this shoe. One was, of course, the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence.
No, it doesn't. Why would Lana Sky be bleeding? What? There was blood found on that shoe.
Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs.
Witness, what's the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence?
Simple, as I've already said. I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself.
And you had blood tests performed?
Didn't I mention I have 3 boyfriends in forensics?
In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence.
What?
You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, this shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
Seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, this shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensics department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Is that right, Mr. Wright?
Seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen.
You could at least study some evidence law, really.
The prosecution's complaints notwithstanding, it appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness.
Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged.
Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. The last statement? Okay. Can't let this evidence go through without a fight.
You ordered the peppered fish guts, right? Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some like your client. She's in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with this shoe?
A problem? This is critical. Is there a problem? Yes. If I'm not imagining things, I'd say there's one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction.
That gleam in your eyes. You're still young, rookie. I'd give you a peppered fish gut now. But you couldn't take the heat, could you?
Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with this evidence. It's not coming up. Or am I just waiting for something that's never coming? I was waiting for something that wasn't coming. I wonder if you noticed. There's blood on the bottom of this shoe.
Don't mess with me, rookie. Or it'll be blood on the bottom. You'll be blood on the bottom of my shoe.
Indeed, there is quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about blood on the bottom of this shoe? I would say present the photo. The crime scene photo, right? Because the blood was all over the coat. But if it was all over the coat, then why would it also be all over her shoe? The problem lies in the footprint.
The footprint?
Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why weren't any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? Aha! As you can see, there were no traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about this shoe. This picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. Order, order, order. Well, witness?
Huh? Going great, Mr. Wright, but it's true that the lack of a footprint is a contradiction. But then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint.
Oh, that's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint.
Think, Mr. Wright, think.
Hey, I don't know why it's not there.
I'm just good at finding contradictions. What?
I see. Now I get it.
Get what?
Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There's one vital hint to the truth in her testimony. What are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly, a predator, this one, a leopard woman rower. I thought that was a strange thing for the normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty?
Oh, that, I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory.
Witness. Well, was the oil drum empty?
The oil drum, kicked over by the chief prosecutor, was brimming with water.
Water? What does that mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright. Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason? Aha! You don't mean... Yes, the suspect knocked over the oil drum for one reason and one reason alone. To erase the bloodstains that would become evidence against her. That ties things up quite nicely. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoes tie her quite clearly to this murder. Then, after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs.
Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence.
That reminds me, Miss Sky's right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she'd cut herself when she stabbed him?
So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe.
Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial.
Mr. Wright, do something, please.
What? What can I do? Your sister has confessed to the crime and she tried to conceal it.
But...
Enough. There is no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor. Very well.
But Angel Star is on the prosecution's side. She could have been lying about the water.
This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky...
Little girl, what did you just say? Huh? Me? Did you say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution's side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Well... I thought you'd had your fill, but here you are demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox. A lunchbox called evidence.
Wait. Witness, don't tell me you have something else. The time for deliberations is past. Any further comments and you will be held in contempt of court.
Your threats don't scare the cough-up queen. Look at this.
Okay.
I had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim.
I see no room for error in this evidence. It's the muffler, yes. And there is a thing inside the muffler.
Mr. Wright, wait. Look at the asphalt in this photo.
Hey, it's clearly wet. Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all.
It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning. And it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway.
I'm sorry, Mia. Right. Wet or not, don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Get yourself up off the asphalt. Take another good look. Don't give up. Not until the bitter end.
Last piece of evidence. Very well. This time I'd like to declare a verdict for good. Your Honor, wait. What is it with you people? Can't I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait? No, it can't. Then it'll be too late. Look at this. God damn it. The last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. So, right? Are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yeah. Yeah, there's a problem. I suppose since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show the court the problem in this photograph. The floor's already wet. Oh, literally the muffler. Okay, fair enough. Fuck it. The problem in this photograph is here. What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler. Wait just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor? You just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf of any kind in this photograph. A muffler is also a part on a car or motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as a part of the exhaust system, a pipe. I see, and I see. What's that suspicious-looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler?
So what if there is something sticking out of the muffler? What does that have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony.
What?
Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler is related to the case. Because of the phone. Makes sense. Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court.
Ah, yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Muffler.
Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence.
Oh! Whoa!
Got her. Well, it seems we will have to suspend the proceedings.
Suspend?
I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. If we leave any question unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we've seen all the evidence. Agreed?
I suppose so. That was close. But we made it, at least for now.
This court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime, after all.
He's still hungry?
We got to a save point, at least. This is true. Which is a good thing, because it's time for me to head out. Boom. And that is it. And I do want to thank everybody for being here and watching and hanging out. And we also had Flickerclad coming in with that raid. Flick, it was so good to see you. Hope you have been doing well. And I'm glad you're having fun with Ghost of Yote. I can't wait for it to not be a timed exclusive for Sony anymore so that I can get it on PC. That's definitely one of those that I really, really, really want. But we had Aelin, we had Nightshade, we had Flick, we had Spectre. Corgi was here for a little bit. We had Alpa, we had Core, we had Trader Nikki. We had a bunch of awesome people tonight. We really, really did. So thank you everybody for hanging out. I really, really appreciate it. And thank you for watching. I will be back later on today, but until I see you all then. Oh, we also had Bloop. I can't forget Bloop. But until I see you all then, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing you all later on. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out, and thank you for watching. Have yourselves a good night. I am out for now. Take care. Bye, everybody.